States.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. How was spring?
It was so much fun, but I'm so happy to hear English-speaking people, English American food. Oh, happy to be home.
West Virginia, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Good luck.
Thank you.
On the inside, can she make it stick? No, I made it. Taylor Jones.
bike was so heavy, I went down like probably 5 or 6 times, and I was struggling to pick my bike up. It was so heavy. Yeah, it feels really good. I knew I'd be good at this track. I've won it the last 2 or 3 years, so I knew I was going to be a hard one to beat, but today was tough.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Look good.
Thanks, bud. Thanks.
Feeling?
Feeling good. Some days feel old, some days I feel young. Like,
Don't we all?
no, it's good. No, I'm excited to be back. Like, been a busy summer with Caleb and all the guys, and just trying to go fast, man. It's tough. Like, it's cool, I guess, training with everybody. Like, some days it's reality check. Like, it's good, but I like it. So, yeah, some days I feel like I still have the speed to win, no problem. So, yeah, excited to be back. It's like 7 months or something, or 6 months since I raced, so I'm pretty stoked. So, but yeah, I got like a pimp limp going on, and yeah, hip's good. So,
Oh, swag.
yeah, swag for sure, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, look at me, swagger, dude.
4th place is a good place to be for the first 2 laps, and after that, once you learn the track, it's time to go. Ricky's going to be tough, and I also think that Johnny Gerard's going to be pushing hard from XC2 to try to get up in the overall, so we're going to have to pay attention to both of those guys.
Okay, so 4th place, that's the plan.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah?
yeah. It's born ready.
Okay.
You see the mustache? It means business.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah. This is space. You're going to come up in the second round.
I might see Stu out there.
Okay, okay.
I hope I do.
Yeah, I hope you do too, man. Good luck today.
Thank you.
I think today out at the track is going to be a mud fest. It's going to be rough. It's going to be slick. I think a lot of the riders are going to have a little bit of issues with the chop. Pits are going to be a slimy, slick fest, especially coming into our turn at the end. And it'll be interesting. We'll have a lot of entertainment sitting here.
Okay, all right. Wish you best of luck, KTM.
Thank you, bud.
Hello. I'm stressed. You know what I mean? Because it's all on me at this point. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. I'm beyond stressed out. But, hey, it's part of the job, right? And I got a baby on the way, so my mama could call any minute saying, hey, we're having a baby. And I told him if he showed up and I wasn't here doing gas, I'm having a baby. I'll see him. He can call me on the way home and let me know how it went. See you, brother.
Ooh, nervous. No, not too late. I got time. Okay, I'm feeling good on Jordan Ashburn. You know what? No, I'm going to change that. Ricky Russell. DK, we know, we love him, had a heart attack Friday night. Ricky Russell's going to lay it down, do it for DK today. Ashburn 2nd, Baylor 3rd. I want to throw Thad in there. Thad's going to give me hell for not putting him in that top 3, but Thad's here to have some fun, I think. That's what Thad needs to do, have fun.
so heavy. I went down like probably 5 or 6 times, and I was struggling to pick my bike up. It was so heavy. Yeah, it feels really good. I knew I'd be good at this track. I've won it the last 2 or 3 years, so I knew it was going to be a hard one to beat, but today was tough.
What's up, dude? Thanks, bud. Thanks. Feeling good. Feeling good. Some days feel old. Some days I feel young. Like, no, it's good. No, I'm excited to be back. Like, been a busy summer with Caleb and all the guys, and just trying to go fast, man. Like, it's tough. Like, it's cool, I guess, training with everybody. Like, it's some days it's reality check. Like, it's good, but I like it. So, yeah, some days I feel like I still have the speed to win, no problem. So, yeah, excited to be back. That's like 7 months or something, or 6 months since I raced. So I'm pretty stoked. So, but yeah, got like a pimp limp going on, and yeah, hip's good. So, yeah, swag for sure, dude. I mean, look at me, swagger, dude.
4th place is a good place to be for the first 2 laps, and after that, once you learn the track, it's time to go. Ricky's going to be tough, and I also think that Johnny Gerard's going to be pushing hard from XC2 to try to get up in the overall, so we're going to have to pay attention to both of those guys.
Okay, so 4th and 5th, that's the plan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's born ready.
Okay.
You see the mustache? It means business.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah. This is space. You're going to come up from the second row.
I might see Stu out there.
Okay, okay.
I hope I do.
Yeah, I hope you do too, man. Good luck today.
Thank you.
I think today out on the track is going to be a mud fest. It's going to be rough. It's going to be slick. I think a lot of the riders are going to have a little bit of issues with the chop. Pits are going to be a slimy, slick fest, especially coming into our turn at the end. And it'll be interesting. We'll have a lot of entertainment sitting here.
Okay, all right. Best of luck, KTM.
Thank you, bud.
Hello. I mean, I'm stressed. You know what I mean? Because it's all on me at this point. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. I'm beyond stressed out. But, hey, it's part of the job, right? And I got a baby on the way, so my mama could call any minute saying, oh, hey, we're having a baby. And I told him if he showed up and I wasn't here doing gas, I'm having a baby. I'll see him. He can call me on the way home, let me know how it went. See you, brother.
Oh. Ooh, nervous. No, not too late. I got time. Okay, I'm feeling good on Jordan Ashburn. You know what? No, I'm going to change that. Ricky Russell. DK, we know, we love him, had a heart attack Friday night. Ricky Russell's going to lay it down, do it for DK today. Ashburn 2nd, Baylor 3rd. I want to throw Thad in there. Thad's going to give me hell for not putting him in that top 3, but Thad's here to have some fun, I think. That's what Thad needs to do, have fun.
I missed it. I missed it.
The track was really weird at first, but by the end of the day, the tire choice that we made for the hard, slick, and rocky terrain did really well once it polished off, and it just got challenging. I mean, that was one of the most physically demanding, challenging tracks. Like I felt like I used more strength to ride that track than I've ever had to do. I mean, you know, Florida beats the hell out of you, but this race was brutal. I mean, I could see when I caught Ricky and Jordan, they were in the same state of mind I was, and was able to get a little bit of a gap, and then, man, I faded like a $2 t-shirt. I was just glad they were already fading. That last lap, it was my tongue was in my spokes. And Ricky was up there with us. Like all the old men were all in a train. So no, it was cool. Like I grew up racing XC2 with this guy to my left, and you know, Thad was a guy that was winning youth when I was in the youth here at the GNCC, and we've been at it a long time, and it's definitely been a hell of a career for all of us, and it's cool to see where our careers took us all.
Proud of you, dude.
Thanks, man. Nuts. Get in nuts. Get in nuts. Get in nuts. Come on. Yeah, there we go.
Hold on here. He's got it on his hand. He's loving it. He was like, oh,
She can have it. Little man's ready to ride him.
Come here, Bob. I ain't got the energy to hold him. Too tired. It's like gas.
I already feel it. Getting too old for this, dude.
Make some noise for your top 3 in the overall! We gotta pop some bottles. Stu wasting no time. There it is. Bang! Popping bottles on the GNCC podium one more time. Your top 3, Van de Mol, Jordan Ashburn, and Stu Baylor. All right, make some noise. Your top 3 out of 2.
Are you ready to go? GNCC Racing!
Hello and welcome to America's Premier Off-Road Racing Championship, the 2022 Grand National Cross Country Series presented by Specialized and AM8 National Championship. I'm Rodney Tomlin, and today we come to you from Millfield, Ohio on Sunday Creek Raceway for our second stop here at this amazing facility and the longest standing GNCC on the circuit and schedule today. It all started back in 1990 with the Burr Oaks GNCC and grew into what we know as the John Penton GNCC, and now with the opportunity to come back here twice. Well, we resurrected the name a couple of years ago, and folks really seem to love the differences that spring and fall bring as far as this particular facility is concerned. The beauty of it is one thing, the soil conditions are another, and they tell you it's like 2 totally different racetracks racing here. And, of course, as we set the stage for today's race a couple of weeks ago, we got back from that long summer break, and what a great return to GNCC it was as we headed to the Bechtel Summit there in Beckley, West Virginia. And what a day. Ricky Russell having a great start to the day, and, of course, all the key players up front battling and playing, well, nice for a while, but when the chips were down, it got a little bit more serious out there. Of course, good run for Ricky Russell, who was racing for his mechanic, who had unfortunately had a heart attack and was in the hospital on Friday evening, and it looked like things were going to go well for this rider, but unfortunately during the pit stop, a messed up gas stop kind of took him out of things and opened the door and pretty much laid the carpet out for the rest of the field to battle it out from that point on. And one rider that everyone is keeping an eye on, obviously, Jordan Ashburn, your point leader, and consistency has been king for him. And once again, he does just exactly what needs to be done, doesn't push the envelope too much, but puts himself right in the best position to gain the points that are needed to head toward that championship. As far as the performance on the track, everyone knew that Stu Baylor was going to come gunning, as he always does, and especially after the first part of the season, the injuries that he suffered. And we all heard the news that he was back to good health, and he came back to the GNCC and showed just exactly that. Of course, great battles going on all day long. Craig DeLong having a great day, and the Rockstar Husqvarna team got to be pretty proud of what this youngster's been able to accomplish so far here in this season. And looks like we basically have a great stage set for today's racing. Going to be interesting, our return back to Millfield. It is the first official weekend of fall here in the GNCC Racing Nation, and weather conditions couldn't be any more perfect as far as fall is concerned. We're talking a mid-60s, maybe up to 70 at times, a light breeze blowing, some mostly cloudy skies and partly cloudy skies, and even some rain showers earlier this morning, certainly making this racetrack somewhat interesting. So let's check in with Jared Bolton to find out exactly what we can look forward to as far as the racetrack is concerned. Jared?
All right, thanks, guys. Welcome back to Sunday Creek Raceway. This time it's the Burr GNCC. Just because we were here earlier in the spring for the John Penton doesn't mean this is the same track. Not only is there a direction reverse, we've incorporated a lot of different sections of trail. We've got some stuff that hasn't been used for a long time, some different technical stuff. And then for the guys in the afternoon bike race, man, they are in for a treat. We're going to use that John Penton section, but it's the longest it's ever been. It's probably the toughest it's ever been. 4.5 miles of nice technical ups and downs, off cambers, everything you can think of. For the ATV guys, they got their own challenges. They've got a few sections of the afternoon that the morning's not running. Give them some technical stuff. It's going to be some great racing with the championship battle heating up. This is an awesome track for both of those top two guys. Walker Fowler and Bryson Hill both excel here. Those guys are going to be on top of their game. They're going to make for some great racing. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks a lot, Jared. And with that, it looks as though our stage is set here in Millfield. And, of course, the Burr Oaks GNCC just moments away from getting underway. So stick around. We'll have the start of the race as well as a whole lot more coming up after this on GNCC Live.
We all have our reasons to accomplish, to work hard. We share a common goal, to be the best. Keep fighting, put in the work, never take the easy way. Your drive and determination fuels our passion.
Be safe, have fun, and pay attention to the arrows, especially once you get over there in the Penton section.
Safety first. GNCC racing, like all motorsports, can be dangerous. Racers, now that you have had an opportunity to inspect the course, have heard the race procedures and a description of the course, if you feel that either you or your machine is not prepared, then now is the time for you to withdraw for a complete refund of your entry fee, no questions asked. It is your responsibility to operate your machine in a safe manner, maintaining control at all times. Extreme caution is required when approaching areas with high concentrations of fans. Do not take unnecessary risks that endanger the safety of fans. You will be penalized for reckless racing. Race fans, crew members, and family members. Due to the nature of GNCC racing, there is no fence barrier around the race course. It is your responsibility to keep yourself and your children a safe distance from the race course. Never turn your back on oncoming racers. Use extreme caution when crossing the race course. And remember, stay off the track. For the safety of everyone, unauthorized drones are prohibited and may be confiscated. And finally, unauthorized pit vehicles are prohibited and may be confiscated. Absolutely no pit vehicles permitted in the woods or on the racetrack. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome everyone along the worldwide web, RacerTV.com for GNCC Live, a special presentation with our pastor, Chuck LeMaster.
All right, Rodney, thank you very much. I am here. Today it's my distinct privilege to announce the Moto Hero Award here at this GNCC race, and man, it is great privilege to present this to the Benton family on behalf of Corey Benton, the Pickle Man. Everybody knows the Pickle Man here at GNCC, and everybody here has had Benton House pickles, and if you have not, first of all, you need to come see me so I can pray for you, and then get yourself a jar of Benton House pickles. Corey's not able to be with us because he's battling throat cancer, but we want to present Corey as our Amsoil Moto Hero here at the on behalf of the GNCC races. Corey began his Marine Corps career in 1997. He started boot camp at Paradise Island, South Carolina. He was then stationed in Pensacola on to Camp Pendleton, California, before he returned home to South Carolina. Corey was also on board the first Marine ship that headed towards New York City on 9/11. Up here with me today is his wife Connie and his friend Dan Cleveland. And Dan, I'm going to hand you the mic just to honor your friend with a couple of quick words.
Yeah, first off, I want to thank all you guys out there as I'm riding around in the pits. It's great to hear you say so many positive things about Corey. Corey, I hope you're listening home, brother. I love you. I hope you caught this by surprise. And to all you people out there, keep them prayers coming. He needs every one of them. Thank you.
Fantastic. On behalf of the GNCC Racing Nation, we will be presenting Corey with a $250 Amsoil shopping spree, a set of Kanati truck tires courtesy of GBC, a set of 100% camouflage goggles, and a commemorative American flag from Columbia Signing Company that you see hanging behind me here, along with a $200 gift certificate from them. As Corey continues to battle throat cancer, be sure to lift him up in your prayers every day. He raced 2 races already this season as he was feeling better. On his bucket list to my hair. The GNCC Racing Nation. I know we'll see my hair again soon. Corey, we're so proud of you. On behalf of the GNCC Racing Nation, salute you, sir. And now Ricky Towery with our prayer.
Thank you, Chuck. Hey, let's do go to the Lord and let's have a word of prayer together this afternoon. Heavenly Father, once again, we do thank you for bringing us all together safely to have a little fun. The sun's come out. It's turned into a beautiful day. We just ask you will watch over these riders. Lord, keep them safe. Let them go out there and have a good time this afternoon. Do continue to watch over our military men and women. And we do thank you for Corey and what he's done for our country. We ask you to be with him and his family in the days to come, but they may find some comfort through you. Lord, once again, we've been talking about the season of the year this weekend because fall started this week. We thank you for what you do with us about the season of the year. That's just a small thing that you do for us. You do something each and every day for every one of us. And we thank you for that. We thank you for being in control of all things each and every day. Lord, we've been coming to this racetrack right here a long time, and there's been a lot of good memories made here. We just ask that maybe this afternoon, if there can be a few more made this afternoon, and then take us all home safely when it's over with, so we can get back together again one day to have some more fun. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise, stand at attention, remove those caps, and cross those hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Well, there you are, folks, and our stage nearly set as our nation's anthem we salute here this beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon, our first full weekend of autumn, our first weekend of autumn 2022. Beautiful day and great racers on tap, and of course, it's time to meet the premier, our starting lineup. And of course, as we turn our attention down to that second turn area, housed there are our top XC1 pros from across the world. The fastest riders in the woods converge to southeastern Ohio here today. And they roll to the starting line in accordance to points through the first 10 rounds of racing. And rolling to the line first today, riding aboard the number 3 from Livingston, Tennessee, on a Magna 1 Motorsports Husqvarna, Jordan Ashburn. Rolling to the line next, riding aboard the number 342 from Morgantown, Pennsylvania, on the Rockstar Energy Factory Husqvarna, Craig DeLong. Rolling to the line next, aboard the number 212, hailing from Duval, Washington, on a Coastal Gas Factory racing machine. He's rough, he's rowdy, Ricky Russell. Up next, and 6 in points, aboard the number 314 from Honey Path, South Carolina, on a Rev Motorsports gas racing machine, the Grizzly Grant Baylor. Up next, he is 7th in points, riding aboard the number 206 from Winstead, Connecticut, on a factory racing FMF KTM, Josh Toad. Brett Schaff a win just 2 weeks ago in West Virginia, riding aboard the 514 from Hodges, South Carolina, on an Pro Yamaha, Stu Baylor. And last, and certainly not least, featured on our event souvenir shirt, calls this track home, if you will, from Williamstown, West Virginia, the Rockstar Energy Factory Husqvarna Bad Duval! And that, ladies and gentlemen, your starting lineup for this, the XC1 Pro Class here at the Kanati Tires Burr Oaks GNCC. And with that, and our riders finding their position on the starting line here today, now that means we're about ready to go racing. But one more order of business before we can make that happen is we got to clear this start line. So if you will, DJ Jorge, a.k.a. Mix Master Murphy, jumps aboard the Yamaha R-Max 1000, and we ask him, good fellow, could you do the favor and remove the beat? That's right, Mixmaster Murphy in for DJ Judd this weekend. Of course, the Monster Energy Activation Transport finds its way off this starting line, a.k.a. Monster Energy Action Transport. It is meat, my friends, and of course with this, the stage is now set, and GNCC Racing is nearly ready to roll as we turn our attention to turn number 1, where Ricky Towery steps out and is ready to signal these riders and set into motion the symphony of starts that's about ready to get underway here in just a few moments. 1 minute. 1 minute, says Ricky Towery, and we'll be ready to go. GNCC Racing here this afternoon. So all attention up there, Ricky Towery, as we'll see that next flag coming out, the blue flag. That signals 30 seconds. And also, shut them down, guys. Shut them down, shut them down, shut them down, shut them down. And I got to ask you, Ohio race fans, are y'all ready to go? GNCC Racing. Come on. It's a perfect weather, beautiful, sunshiny fall afternoon. I'm going to ask you one more time, so let's make some noise. Are you ready to go? GNCC Racing! 10 seconds. And row number 1, the XC1 Pro, will be off and rolling at the Kanati Tires Burr Oaks GNCC. It's the number 3 of Jordan Ashburn, the Magna 1 Motorsports backed Husqvarna grabs the early lead, and it's Thad Duvall and Grant Baylor in that number 3 spot as they round turn 3 into the woods to the XC2 250 Pro now. Ryder Lafferty, Benjamin Herrera, Angus Riordan, Vincent Smith, Cody Barnes, Lyndon Snodgrass, Liam Draper, Mike Wachowski, Hunter Bush, Jesse Ansley, Evan Smith, Roy Bosa, Simon Johnson, Jonathan Gerard, and Jonathan Johnson ready to roll in 10 seconds. Oh, it's a bump and grind, elbow to elbow for that start. Johnny Gerard trying to get up front, not able to do so. It's the 35 of Gus Riordan from Australia on the Cobra Estate Olive Oil POD O'Neill backed ride. Gerard right behind him as we go to the FMF XC3 125 Pro Am. Brody Johnson, Eli Childers, Drew Calloway, Max Fernandez, Dakota DeVore, Jason Lipscomb, Zach Hayes, and Jake Froman in 10 seconds. A 125 singing into turn number 1 now as they make the big sweep. The 393 fist pumping into the air. Eli Childers out of Hickory, North Carolina. Fly Racing SR1 R&D and Maxxis Tires backed ride. Up next is the Open A class ready to roll in 10 seconds. Neil Inneman, Tanner Whipple, Tyler Braniff, Ezra Prine, Dylan Dela Cruz, Cole Whitmer, Cameron Madison, Sam Evans, and Joshua Ellis. What a jump by Tanner Whipple out of Kelowna, Illinois on that Kawasaki. Moto Armory, Babbitt's Motorsports, WFO Promotions, and he will grab the whole shot. And will he have the lead going into the woods? He's on the inside, and he does. 2:58 coming up next. 10 seconds. JoJo Cunningham, Tyler Palmer, Cooper Jones, Zachary Davidson, Nathaniel Tasha, Bubs, that is, Jason Tino, Gavin Simon, Garrett Mundy, Bolton Baruch, Will Stephen Piper, Sebastian Tavern, Michael DeLosa, Dylan Carano, Joshua Catch, Tristan Landon, Trevor Maley, Tommy Watson, Grant Davidson. It's the 32 machine of Tyler Palmer grabbing gears in the early lead here as he heads into turn 3 out of Denver, North Carolina with the lead in this one. Coming up next, it's the 158 class, a little light on riders, but they're rolling in 10 seconds. Toby Cleveland and Brady Weimer. Now, Toby Cleveland getting a great jump there out of Aaron, New York on a Fly Racing John's Equipment Rental West Family Racing Machine. Looks like he's going to grab the whole shot. As we go to the 4-stroke A lights, Ryan Piper, Colton Shields, Levi Elliott, Caleb Baltimore, Lance Machino, Chase Landers, also Russell Smith, Ty Ely. 10 seconds. Matthew Hollenbeck, Mitchell Owenby, Luke Brown, Matthew Davis, Isaiah Brown, Cole Forbes, and Lane Whitmer. Ty Ely, not real sure. Senior A 40 plus class coming up next in this one. 10 seconds. Joe Marsh, Smiling, Frank Messina, Shotgun Sean Remington, Vinny Tomac, also Zane Baldrich, Larry Sylvia, Gary Judson, and Tara Conlon. And it's going to be the 76. Taking the shot, Shotgun Sean Remington out of New Salem, PA, and a Moose Kenda factory connection. Back try. Coastal gas as well, I would say. Junior A 25 plus class in 10 seconds. Gregory Funk, Brady Myers, Andrew France, Matt Servant, Andrew Boggs, and Braden Moore. Brady Myers on that Cowway, a good start. Will he be able to hang on to it? He will get, I don't know. He's going to get the lead, though. Myers out of Walker, West Virginia on the Lippin Barrett Power Sports Kanati Tires 989 Racing Machine. Bet A coming up next. 10 seconds. Danny Haftel, Chris Davis, Jared Jordan, Mark Horesco, Michael Funk, Shane O'Banion, James Bower, Robbie Norwood, Mikhail Gomez, and Tom Truxell. Oh, 352. I'm going to give credit on that one. Shane O'Banion might have got the early lead, but the 352, Mark Horesco got the whole shot. Open B coming up next. 10 seconds. Dylan Fleming, Austin Hovatter, Connor Lawrence, Jacob Dietrich, John Wood, and Isaac Prunty. On the helmet number, John Wood from East Sparta, Ohio, Rourke's R&R Cycle Repair, and also Patarka Arbor Care. 250B and 10 seconds. Andrew Inman, Chandler Taylor, Taylor Sheets, Bain Croft, Caleb Lane, Ty Atkinson, Peyton Feather, Caleb Hines, Dylan Barnhouse, Colby Kemper, Stephen Peters, Jade Wilson, Caden Sims, and Robert Dillahay. 402 on the helmet number, Peyton Feather from Eleanor, West Virginia, on a KTM back machine with XC gear and Pro Taper bars. 150 B class coming up next. Robert Weiss, Ranger Emmons, Andrew Seegers, Owen Barnes, Thor Powell, and Gunnar Ferdigan. 10 seconds. And they're off. By the way, Thor Powell graduating from the morning division just from last week, winning the overall in West Virginia. And, of course, just a recent transplant from the Moto world. He's tough out there coming across the line second, but it's the 7:17 of Owen Barnes out of Honesdale, Pennsylvania, the Moose Racing Kanati Tires Remax backed ride. And we are off and rolling. Well, 150B next to the 4-stroke B lights in 10 seconds. Landon Beatty, Thomas Allen, Lane Morris, Wade Tucker, Dakota Cunningham, Landon Hamilton, Nicholas Thompson, Brock Belsol, Trenton Hole, and Braden Hashman. .365, Lane Morris from Fraser's Bottom, West Virginia on an AOMC Biggie Smalls Racing Maynard Racing Performance back ride. He'll grab the early lead in this one as we go next to the Senior B 40+ class in 10 seconds. Adam Nastic, Cody Hostad, Joselton Ramos, Chad Miller, Dave Younglis, and Robert Page. That's right, Robert Page. Senior B class jamming through turn 2. Now it's the 7:28 of Dave Younglis out of Sullivan, Ohio, on a complete Racing Solutions Rhino Power Supplements Dunlop backed ride. Junior B 25+ class in 10 seconds. .925, Billy Saliga from Smock, PA. Good jump, and he's going to, oh, really? Oh, 925, Billy Saliga, yes. Yes, Saliga will take the early lead in this one as we go to the Vet B 30+ class. Ready to roll. 10 seconds. Adam Odell, Brian Reswatarski, Larry Hopper, Scott Hopper, Julio Lubiana, Brian Flowers, Nick Plant, Ryan Ford, Ben Odell, Sausage Jurek, Eric Kettering, and Charlie Torresani. And it's the 3-1-2. Julio Lubiana from Westboro, Massachusetts on a Manchester KTM backed by Marble and Granite, as well, Marble and Granite Pros and Drells, Moto X, and that's, my friend, the starts for us here this afternoon at the Kanati Light Truck Tires, Burr Oaks GNCC. We've got a great 3-hour battle well underway now, being led by your points leader as they headed into the woods, of course, Jordan Ashburn. His career spanning 10 years, and as he gets set to wrap up his 10th season, looks like he's on the verge of a national championship, and the first of those. We got a lot of stats that may interest you about Jordan Ashburn and his climb to the top over the course of the next 3 hours, so stick around. We've got that and lots of great racing as GNCC Live continues here on RacerTV.com.
I'm Jordan Ashburn, and you're watching GNCC Live at RacerTV.com.
We all have our reasons to accomplish, to work hard. We share a common goal, to be the best. Keep fighting, put in the work, never take the easy way. Your drive and determination fuels our passion.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Kanati Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Kanati Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Kanati Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment, whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends. Professionals and enthusiasts depend on Kanati. Kanati Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Ben Kelly here, 2021 GNCC champion. Subscribe to Racer X and get yourself a fresh FMF t-shirt.
This Racer TV broadcast is brought to you by Specialized Turbo e-bikes. It's you, only faster. And by Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready.
And welcome back to GNCC Live. Mikey Waynes alongside Mark Hyde in the booth with us. We'll be joined by Rodney Tomlin, who you heard from earlier down there on the starting line with those iconic 10-second calls, and, of course, the Johnny Gallagher. Johnny G will be joining us as well. Want to welcome you guys here watching on Racer TV to the Kanati Burr Oak GNCC here at the Millfield, Ohio Russell family farm, if you will. And Johnny's working his way into the booth, maybe. He's got a puppy with him. Oh, I think Becca Sheets did show up by the signs of the puppy coming into the booth. But, hey, to get us started, I want to take a look at this Yamaha Racing track map, and then we're going to take a look at our start replays for the XC1, XC2, and XC3. And track features a little bit of everything. They got that, pitting section in there for these guys. And from the sounds of things from Jared Bolton when he was talking about it, if you like technical stuff, it's going to be good for you, right up your alley. And that, to me, has Jordan Ashburn's name written all over it. About a month ago, he's doing TKO, downtown Nashville, Tennessee. Pretty cool. Obviously, we have our featured sections of the track, the Monster Energy Monster Mile, the FMF PowerPoint, and we've got the Method Alley, sponsored by Method Race Wheels. So, great course. Heard great things, both ATV side and two-wheel side of things. This morning, weather today's been a little wacky. It's been cold, it's been hot, it's been windy, it's rained, it's been sunny. I mean, this is like a little sample, Johnny, of everything in your great state of Ohio.
It's been all weekend. I mean, yesterday we had obviously that shower come through in the morning, and then it kind of just warmed up throughout the day. The sun came out. It was a beautiful day. Turned out to be really actually quite dusty, which is what we were expecting prior to that shower. And same thing this morning. Hey, man, it's Ohio. All 5 seasons. And,
in one day. In about 12 hours.
Four seasons.
You know what? We'll throw in a fifth. Why not?
The 5th season is the petting season.
That's it.
The Burr Oak season.
All right, let's take a look at our specialized start recaps for the XC1, the XC2, and the FMF XC3, that 125 class. And see who's out in front. If you're just joining us and you missed out on it, good stuff coming out of really all 3 classes. Good starts. Ricky Towery with the waving of the green flag, and our riders in the pro class jockeying for position. Already banging bars early. Love to see it. Jordan Ashburn rocking that Tennessee Titans and Tennessee Bulls helmet. I wish there was some way of knowing where Jordan Ashburn's from. Grabbing the whole shot right there in an early lead. And great start for Grant Baylor. Going to be interesting to see if Grant can hang with him up front. Grant not always up front on the starts. Usually has to work his way up, claw his way, pun intended for the Grizzly. And then XC2, Gus going up and getting it. Grabbing the whole shot away from Johnny Gerard, who sat there in the 2 spot. Mike Wachowski up in the mix as well. Good fight there in the XC2 class early in this one. We'll see if Angus Reardon able to hang on to that one, maybe grab a win today, but whew, Johnny Gerard all over him. And the FMF XC3 or 125 class, as I always say, singing the song of our people. Nothing quite like that sound in the world. Jockeying for position. I think it was Eli Childers grabbing that whole shot there.
With the clicks, salute to the fans.
That's right.
Well.
Say, hey, how you doing? If nothing else goes right, I at least got the whole shot, something to build upon. And we're rolling here. So there is your Specialized start recaps.
Yeah, I'm excited today to see what Jordan Ashburn has because he can make a strong statement. But with that John Penton section today, I was out there Friday, and that is the longest, most technical John Penton section we've ever seen. So maybe a guy like Grant Baylor could channel his inner Mike Lafferty because Mike used to love sections like that. If he could get there first, even though these guys have walked it and ridden it, it's a difference in speed, and Mike was so good at picking up arrows from his enduro background, which Grant is strong at. So I think two things could happen in that John Penton section is somebody like Grant, if he got out front, he could check out, or the guys in XC1 kind of look around, holding things up, and then the XC2 guys could reel them in, and Johnny G and some of those other guys could have a big day today.
Really good point. And I think what with that section added, Rodney just mentioned, I think about, what, 16 miles?
16-mile course. This is
it's a long laps.
It may not be the absolute longest, but it's up there.
Oh, it's got to be.
The longest GNCC
Well,
ever.
I think Blackwater had the longest lap at 25 miles.
Is definitely, for sure.
Good point.
Here we see the XC2 guys starting to check through. Johnny G's kind of dropped off from the lead there, not even with really that lead group. There he is, sitting back in about that 5th place position. Yeah, definitely not the first couple of miles there. There's Rui Barbosa. Looks like we had, was that almost like a Lane Michael back there with the XC2 guys. Don't know if he's actually out there today. I hadn't seen him this weekend so far.
Think so, no.
So there we see Jesse Ansley, some more of the XC2 class. Looks like Simon Johnson coming through. But when the XC1 guys came through there, they were all pretty much nose to tail. A few small gaps, but not more than a couple seconds. But like you said, guys, the race order, the running order, the way things look right now is going to change here pretty rapidly once they get to that Penton section because it's, it just really shakes things up.
Yeah. The section this year, it's the longest one they've ever had at 4.5 miles, and they had some uphills, downhills, side hills like I haven't seen in a long time. They did put some route arounds on some of the big hills, but they made sure the route arounds took a while. And that's the thing, so that's a gamble there. You come around, I think on the second lap could be interesting. Because if you get there's a bottleneck, do you take the other 20 seconds and gamble, take the safe route, or do you hope that, a sliver clears and you can get up that hill and keep the pace that you're on? So, like I said, the first lap could be interesting, just depending on who's out front and how much they want to charge. And, if they kind of hold the pace up front, does that open it up for some XC2 guys to work their way onto the tail of the XC1 guys?
And honestly, Mark, you were mentioning, how the things, some of the riders may excel, Grant Baylor, Stu Baylor, guys that are enduro guys at that. You got to kind of throw Ricky Russell and also Jordan Ashburn into the mix, not necessarily known as enduro guys, but from what you're saying, it almost sounds like it kind of has a bit of a hard enduro-ish technical side to it, and those guys obviously shine in those conditions. Now keep in mind, folks, all at home, all of our XC1 riders are more than capable of tackling these obstacles, but it's the comfort level. When you're used to kind of the sprint pace, the more open tracks, the 2-track that the ATVs leave for you, and all of a sudden, like, your brain's in GNCC mode, and you turn a corner, you cross a road, and all of a sudden it's like, wham, we're at a national enduro, we're at a hard enduro. It's just who's going to adapt to that the most quickly. It's not necessarily that anyone is really that much faster in that. It's just kind of their comfort level with it.
Yeah, and if you remember 2 years ago here, Caleb Russell's last championship run, Caleb attacked that section really hard, and it bit him. He had a knee issue, and it was, wondering if he could finish out the season. He did and won his 8th championship. But so that's, got to be in your mind. And with Jordan, if he can get in front, I'm sure he's happy to control the pace because it's going to be hard to pass in there. So if, and you could saw, I just noticed on the start, Jordan, right in there, muscled his way a little bit to the front. And it's amazing every year when you get to the end and the guys with the points lead, how their intensity level and everything like that rises. It's just a little bit more than everybody else is willing to give.
Well, it's a little bit more intensity, but also, I mean, I believe you hit the nail on the head when you said control the pace. If Jordan's up front, especially when he does get into that Penton section, you know, yes, maybe there's a slight advantage to be behind in case there is a crazy line that somebody misses, but all these guys have pedaled the track. They've all taken a look at it, so they kind of know what's there. But the biggest thing for Jordan right now is, you know, he's very much in the driver's seat with a 56-point lead. Obviously, after today, there's 60 points available, so if he can gain 4 points on Craig DeLong, this would be the championship over. So he basically needs...
Well, that's Ben Kelly. Technically, Ben Kelly's still close now, but I know what you're saying.
Correct.
Win-wise, though, if that's a tiebreaker, so he'd probably have to get 5 points today because if Craig Baylor, or Craig Baylor.
If Craig DeLong,
Craig DeLong, I'm mixing names up here, sorry guys.
And unless Jordan would win today,
yes,
and in which case they would tie on wins. At that point, it would go
if
back
he wins
to,
today, it's over.
Correct.
Because he'd get 5 points on Craig, and it's scenario over. But yeah, as long as he picks up 5 points on Craig today, no matter how he does it, basically the series is over, and he's our new champ.
Yep, and that will be interesting, and I don't know if... I think, Mikey, you and I talked about this the other day. I don't know what the decision will be on that because even if he does, and we're not saying he's going to, Craig DeLong may go out and win today and suddenly this thing gets a whole lot more exciting. And it's exciting as it is. You have a potentially first-time ever champion, 10-year veteran, got his first race win 2 races ago, now looking at potentially locking up his first championship. Craig DeLong, obviously a sophomore in that XC1 class, the one that he's kind of battling with, at least in reality. Obviously, Mark, as you pointed out, Ben Kelly, on paper, still second place and closer, quite a bit closer to Jordan in points than what Craig is. And unfortunately, I don't really think it's a big secret. Ben is, he's made it known he will not be racing these next races. He's actually, I believe, I don't know how much of this is being discussed, but I believe he's undergoing some some procedures to get himself even stronger for next year based off his injuries that he had. So I don't know where he's at with that in his recovery, but I think it is a known quantity that he will not be at the next races. So if he eliminates Craig, even if Ben isn't eliminated mathematically at the end of the day today, does Jordan get the #1 plate, or do we wait until next round? You know, you got to kind of play that. You know, you don't ever want to end up with egg on your face, give somebody a #1 plate, and then all of a sudden, you know, Ben Kelly says, you know what, let's go give this thing a go.
Just kidding.
The shoulder and the leg are really feeling good. So yeah, we'll see how that goes at the end of the race and how it plays out today.
Yeah, in the real world, it's Craig DeLong and Ashburn for the title. On paper, Ben is still in there.
Yep.
And Craig, you know, that's another kid. He's been riding the National Enduros and have some great finishes. So, you know, and he just had a really strong 6 days when he was over in Europe. So, you know, that's another kid that he will really enjoy the John Penton section. And you talked about the weather. We had some rain this morning. This is probably going to be the best racetrack all weekend, what the guys are going to see today. I mean, you know, if the morning guys, I think, because after the quads, it's packed down a little bit more, so they had a lot of slippery trail when they were, you know, riding because of that.
I got to tell you, if you guys were watching that morning race, the first lap, oh man, I mean, that was like ice. Like there was a little drizzle this morning before the youth, but I don't think it was really enough to affect things too much. But man, that morning race, the first lap, I went out and looked in a couple sections in the woods, and I was like, whew, like it's pretty icy out here right now.
Yeah, it did get a little nasty, and that rain came in right as we're presenting Nick DeFeo with the national championship for youth bikes, and it absolutely poured, not for a long time, but enough that first lap, all those guys on the podium this morning out of the youth race were just kind of laughing to themselves, and they kind of felt bad for the next race out there. They're like, they're going to have a mess, at least for a lap.
Yeah, so I think this afternoon there's still going to be a few slippery spots here and there, but it's going to be the best race course of the weekend for the guys. In the John Penton section, since it's had no tracks on it since the last time we raced here, that section is going to be epic. Like I said, I was out there Friday, and it's like, ooh, I'd like to go racing again if we just rode this. If I just kept doing 3 hours around this section, it'd be awesome.
And some others of us, that would be a nightmare. I would be pushing my dirt bike more than I would be riding it in that section, most likely.
Hey, it was neat because we even had Jeff Russell out there with us, so he gave it his stamp of approval, so that was neat to see. And you know, it was fun to see Jeff on a bike again. I know he rides a lot, but just to get out and I think enjoy himself a little bit, and kind of brought back some memories when he was the National Enduro champ and dominating District 11, this area here, just not the place where they own, but also all of Southern Ohio. So it was neat to see Jeff back out on a bike, you know, riding and having a good time.
You know, while we wait here at the 11-mile marker for our riders to work their way through the FMF PowerPoint, I don't know, we may have a camera shot before this, I'm not certain, but, you know, interesting, when we were here in May, June, whenever it was for the Penton this spring, I actually came in here on a Tuesday, I believe it was, to drop off the trailer. I was on the way to another event for Yamaha, and Jeff was here. And obviously on race weekends, the entire crew, everyone that's here is just pinned. You know, Mark Weatherchee with KTM, Mikey announcing, myself obviously with my various hats. You know, we all see each other and it's hi bye. Had a few minutes to talk with Jeff, and he was obviously kind of relaxed. You know, they were just starting to get things set up. Interesting to note where we're sitting, obviously folks at home you can't see this, but folks here at the track where you see the Racer TV trailer sitting up near kind of registration, just above vendors row up here, he pointed off into the woods, which would be to the south of here, and said, that was my practice track growing up. And I had never thought of that before.
Good point.
Even though I knew this was the Russell family farm. Obviously, Jeff's dad, Howard, who was here with us this weekend, he's kind of been bebopping around. I just saw him with Carrie. She was driving him around, and he said he's happy to be here, happy to see everybody having a great time at his facility that obviously he's poured so much love and effort into over the years. But, Jeff said, hey, man, that was my practice loop, and pointed to the woods. Now, keep in mind, at the time, probably where 80% of the people are parked here this weekend, the campers, the semis, it was all woods back then. Yeah. But there was a slight clearing up here on top of the hill, and he said, yeah, all this was my practice track. And, that was when he was winning those national enduro titles and winning a few GNCCs there along the way and national hare scrambles. Wow. And, like you said, District 11. And so this place, a lot of history. When we talk about the Penton, when we talk about the Burr, the Thunder Creek facility, racing here, at least on the GNCC level, started in 1990. But the history of GNCC runs much deeper here, obviously, at the Russell family farm. It's pretty cool to think about.
Yeah, I remember I rode the very first local race we had here when they first opened the property there, and, that just about a year earlier. And, we rode this place, and it's like, wow, this is just phenomenal. But, again, the guys, they said with Jeff Russell and Terry Cunningham and all those guys from down this way, they set the bar pretty high for the enduro world back then. And stuff. So it's neat to come to a place like this with the history of that. And you mentioned Howard Russell. Howard's the one that put a lot of work into this place in the early day, him and his brother. And, just can't thank those guys enough. And it's always great to see Howard. And, man, he's probably got more hours on a little dozer than anybody on the planet, just so everybody can have a great racetrack.
No question. And, it's on the way here, it kind of little nostalgia hit me, obviously, with my pending retirement coming up here. This is the only track left on the circuit that has been here as long as I've been racing. I raced the very first GNCC here in 1990, and now in 2022, had my last race at the Burr Oaks / John Penton Sunday Creek facility yesterday. So pretty cool, pretty exciting.
I love that. All right, looking at mile marker number 7, your Method Race Wheels Method Alley. There is your leader.
And that was that slick hill climb from yesterday. It's not slick right now because, as you mentioned, the mini dozer, Howard Russell, not out there, but, his lineage is out there, making sure that they have some grip on that. Looks like Grant Baylor there coming through in the number 3 spot. Oh, look at this. Thad Duvall with the pass. Nice inside line there from Thad.
Yeah. And this is coming right out of the John Penton section, so those guys just battled their way through that, so now they're probably thrilled to see some open trail where they can grab a gear or two.
So the 7-mile marker, which is actually they're at the
11.5 mile marker.
Oh, is it? Okay, 11.5.
Yeah, because it's 4.5 in the John Penton, so 4.5 and 7.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking it was 6. I was thinking 6 miles for John Penton, but 4.5. You're correct. Yeah. So they're our mile markers. We'll have to see if we are going to update those or whatever. The 11 will actually be about the 15.5, I would say, because it's at the FMF power point there.
Yeah, in the John Penton section, actually, they had it mileage 1, 2, 3, 4. They had the miles separate in that section, so guys would kind of know where they're at.
Anybody follow along? See Stu Baylor's Instagram story post of the placard coming into the John Penton section.
Yes, that was
very
awesome.
well written. I don't know if that was Jared Bolton, Ryan Eccles, Jeff Russell who did that, but I don't know it verbatim. But if you just go and check out Stu Baylor's Instagram, it's
basically
on there.
It's going to put some hair on your chest.
It says this section, the John Penton, is named after John Penton, who raced enduros back when men were men. you guys are still men, but something along the lines of, and then it kind of went on from there. So check it out. It's a pretty cool post.
The cool thing is it's bringing me a lot of memories because we just had our quarterly sales meeting up at Amherst, and one evening we rented the downtown theater in Lorraine, and we showed the John Penton video, the movie of John Penton's life. And he used to ride his bike to the National Enduros, ride the race, and then ride the bike home. He won Stone Mountain National Enduro in Georgia, rode there and rode home. So you guys think it's tough riding 3 hours, ride 14 hours on the pavement, then race for 200 miles and then ride home again with your trophy strapped on the back.
And obviously we live in a society now where this, it may not be, but when we say when men were men, we're not talking about just men. Obviously there was females that were active in the sport back then. It's more when humans were tougher, I think would be, and I'm not trying to say that to be more politically correct, but it really is true. Like, people were just tougher back then. Men were better men, women, not better.
Hey,
we're stronger men, women were stronger women.
Most of them were veterans.
Yeah.
They served a World War, one or two.
Yeah.
Pick one.
Yeah, John Penn served in World War II. So, after that, everything's easy.
And this isn't technically the Penton, but what a great movie.
Awesome.
If you haven't seen it, check it out. I know it's available at a variety of streaming services online. Penton, the movie, it is called, came out in 2014. Phenomenal movie. So much not just about John Penton, but the history of motorcycling. Obviously him, his family, other influential people, how they helped bring motorcycling to the level that it is today here in the States. But at the same time, just a great history movie about motorcycles.
Just one quick thing while we're on that. Alpine Star boots. Everybody knows them. John was walking around a town in Italy looking for a motorcycle boot. He stumbled on Alpine Star, who made ski boots at the time. And the guy goes, yeah, I can make that. So if John Penton wasn't here, we would have never had Alpine Star boots.
Although they were originally High Point.
Yes.
Here.
Well, he had the import right to
High Point was his importation company. So when Alpine Stars originally came to the U.S., they branded them under High Point, but they were Alpine Stars. And here we are, mile number 13, and still out front. That reverse number plate looks good there, boys.
Does look good.
Yes, he better get used to running that thing.
A lot of pressure from behind, though. The 212 Ricky Russell, obviously great performance through 4 laps of racing at our last round at the Mountaineer in West Virginia. Had an opportunity to speak with him. I don't want to ruin anything in case we do have an interview with him, but obviously we saw the fueling drama. He said that really wasn't the issue. That wasn't what ultimately led to him giving up the lead. He said he just lost focus, started to ride too hard, had a bunch of crashes, and then trying to make up the time just wore himself out. He said, I just blew up, man. He said, I had it. I had the race. I had what I needed to do, and it just all came unraveled. So he's looking for redemption here today for sure, and said he's really, really worked hard over the summer break and looking forward to showing that off here today.
Certainly an emotional race last round for Ricky Russell with DK, the heart attack Friday night. I thought earlier, he had a friend that he lost his life earlier this season, came out and got the win. And I thought, man, we're going to see that same thing from Ricky. And just a few little mistakes here and there. But, I think I'm with you, Johnny. I think this is the race where he's like, okay, refocus. Let's go get this job done. And sitting in the 2 spot right now, not far off of Jordan Ashburn.
New leader in that XC2 class. The number 1 of Johnny Gerard has marched his way through. We last saw him in that 5th or 6th place position. That's an interesting line there.
Yes.
Hadn't seen anybody else take that one yet, giving him a little bit straighter shot down into that slick rock, or flat rock as they call it. And another interesting line there. That is an option there. Some of the guys going around, but a much straighter, much quicker line for Johnny Gerard. Looks like he's on a mission, and where is the rest of XC2? Here is the 282 of Mike Wachowski running in the number 2 spot on that Ampro Yamaha. Mike, super strong start to the season. Kind of been a little off maybe by his standards the last couple of rounds, but charging back today in that number 2 spot. Angus Riordan there in 3rd, going to take that inside line a little bit tougher. Looks like the 99 of Cody Barnes in 4th. There's our points leaders, Lyndon Snodgrass, Rui Barbosa. A couple guys, hard to catch the numbers coming through there. I did see Liam Draper. There's Ryder Lafferty, Benjamin Herrera. Oh, and look at this, XC3 leader, Brody Johnson, well up into the XC2 class. So that is a 802. There is Simon Johnson. So he's made some moves and worked his way up a little further than we saw him last on screen. But the Monster Mile, plenty of action coming through there. And folks at home, if you're watching this, pay attention to this camera shot, because that flat rock right there, when it gets a little water on it, is made out of the slickest substance on the face of planet Earth. Mark, I don't know if you got to ride around or ride across that on your track preview, but man, really slick.
Yeah, it was, and we did it Friday when it was still kind of dry, and it was interesting to see. Our XC3 leader was kind of up there. And again, I think that plays into our section, from 6.5 to 11.5 miles. Those guys, the pass bit and burn in a little bit, and if they're leading their group, they have nobody in front of them, but now they got a groove to follow, where the first guys had to actually find the trail, so to speak, and pick where they wanted to go. So like I said, if those guys got really aggressive the first lap, they could make up some serious time, and it looks like Johnny G and our XC3 guy have both done that.
Yeah, Brody Johnson leading the way in that XC3 class. He's on a mission, has had a lot of wins this year. A few off races were either mechanicals or just having a bad race, but really trying to make a name for himself. Was one of our standout riders in the A class 2 years ago. I guess it would have been. Did some XC2 racing, I believe, last year, and then in that XC3 class leading the way this year, and has been the dominant figure in that class through now 11 rounds of racing.
Yeah, here's our cool drone shot. These are always really interesting. You can really watch line selection here and riding style and how guys pack sections. And now it looks like our front tube kind of broken away a little bit. And here we come to the big hill climb, right behind the concession stand.
Keep an eye out. The 514 is Stu Baylor, quite a ways back from where he would like to be, surely up there battling for the lead with Ashburn and Russell. But if you're a Stu Baylor fan, don't panic yet. Looking pretty similar to the way things looked to the Mountaineer on lap 1. And then all of a sudden, Stu turned on the jets and came up through. But so there's your 3rd and 4th place rider. That is Grant Baylor and Craig DeLong there. The 206 of Josh Toth in 5th up the FMF PowerPoint. And we're going to switch back to the Southern Road shot here. These guys, it looks like this is like one of the most deceiving parts of the track right here. They're the finish line right there. And you're coming in, you're like, we're at the finish. And they're like, just kidding, we got another mile over here to the left.
Yeah. Yeah, Josh Toth, he's actually riding, doing some R&D work for the race team. He's on a new 23, doing some testing since he's not really in the points hunt, but trying to get things better for next year. And but he had some great rides on it already. And this is a course too that should favor Josh. He's usually really good in the more technical stuff like this, and the cooler weather should help him out as well.
The one thing we've learned, never talk about how good of a technical rider Josh Toth is in a technical section. He will immediately crash, multiple foot dabs, blow through banners. As long as you don't talk about it, he'll have a perfect race, never take his feet off the pegs, and he looks like a trials rider out there. The minute you point it out on screen, it all goes away.
Well, notice I picked he was in a fast open section.
And it wasn't actually him on screen at the moment when you were talking about that, so it was perfect. It worked out great. Jordan Ashburn opened up a little bit of a gap over the 212 of Ricky Russell. Not much, but a few bike lengths. Taking a look over his shoulder, want to see who else is there. And not surprising to see these two setting the pace up front at all.
Yeah, and like we talked about a little bit earlier, Jordan, after winning his race and leading the series, he knows where he's at. He's now comfortable, I think, out front. And he's riding with a lot of confidence. And when you get that, your first win, it makes such a world of difference from a mental side of things. I went through it. Everybody goes through it. It seems like winning the first one's the hardest. After that, they get easier, even though they're not easy. So, and with the championship implications, Jordan, his whole crew have talked about today, how things are going to play out. So, he can control this race. He's up front in a good position. Dust isn't going to be a problem, so, I think he's in great shape to really nail this thing down here with a few races to go.
There is Stu Baylor there back behind. Looked like Thad Duvall and possibly Craig DeLong. Was hard to see who the other one was, but sitting back and about, well, I'm sure we have some live timing and scoring, so we don't have to guess, but somewhere in the 6, 7, 8 range, I believe, is where Stu is running as we run on screen. Your leader, Johnny Gerard, starting to march away from that XC2 field. When he checks in, Rodney will give us an update on how the overall's looking.
Well, right now, as we check things out, first lap time, 39 minutes, 31 seconds. Basically, a 16-mile race course. We kind of anticipated it was going to be a little longer. That was Jordan Ashburn's lap time. 2.7 seconds. Behind him was Ricky Russell. Another 13.5 seconds back was Grant Baylor as he's regained the number 3 spot. Moving up into 4th, Craig DeLong. Johnny Gerard on time adjustment is 5th overall. Josh Toth is 5th in the XC1 Pro Class, 6th overall. Thad Duvall, who I believe was battling for podium spot there early on in this lap, has dropped back to the 7th spot overall, 6th in the class. Stu Baylor behind him, and Mike Wachowski now 2nd in the XC2, back in the number 9 spot overall. Now, one thing we were talking about, getting the lead and this, that, and the other, and the one thing that, as you guys were talking about how the race shapes up and how,
Ooh, interesting. We're watching this play out on screen. This is a black flag for starting early. So they pulled him off. They're starting their clock. I believe that may have been the 8:02 of Simon Johnson. Hard to tell for sure there, but yep, 8:02. So that's Simon Johnson. He received his time penalty, and he is off on his way. A little bit breaks up your flow a bit, but you break up everybody else's flow when you start early on the starting line. So it's kind of a little bit of a payback, a little bit of a penalty, and it works out in the end.
Absolutely. And you were mentioning Stu being a little far back right now. The one thing that I have learned about GNCC is that you can never necessarily judge the way a race is going to go by the first lap. That is really hardly ever, and even the second lap oftentimes in these 3-hour races aren't a true indication of what that second and third hour is going to bring to us. And, you know, one thing that is kind of inspiring for me right now is the fact that Jordan Ashburn is still up front and on point, and he has got probably one of the faster but still controlled paces I've seen him ride at in quite some time. I mean, he seems to be riding with a lot of confidence and speed right now.
Couple things quick. Mark was alluding to the fact of, you know, Jordan with the championship implications. Rodney, you just alluded to the fact of how well he's riding at the moment. You know, that really does beg the question, you know, what is Jordan Ashburn's mindset coming into today? Obviously, what we're seeing is he's controlling the pace, he's leading, he looks great, looks comfortable. You know, has he already come to terms with the fact in his own mind that, you know, this is the race where he can get this done, he can wrap this up, or is he just out there racing the track and racing for himself?
Interesting, because yesterday we were talking, and someone made mention of it, just exactly that. You know, he said, we were talking about the point spread and everything, and said with a win, I believe he could actually lock this down. But he said, you know, he wasn't necessarily, that's not what he was coming out here to do. That wasn't his intentions. You know, he wanted to do that and hoped that that would be the case, but his mindset was to do exactly what he's done that's got him to where he is right now, and that's go out and ride his race and give the best results he's got for that day.
And I think that's definitely smart. I mean, Jordan's consistency is what's put him in the driver's seat for this championship. But I also think, you know, we've talked about so many times how you get that first win, you get the monkey off your back, it kind of changes your thought process a little bit. Having a championship looming and suddenly not only thinking of yourself preseason as a potential championship guy, but at round 11, there's a championship right there. What if that's the catalyst that triggers something in Jordan, that he just goes out there today, leads the whole race, you know, even if he doesn't march away and win by 4 minutes, you know, what if this is the confidence? This is what it takes. He's got the reverse number plate for the first time. He's a points leader, you know, and he's, well, I guess he ran it at the last round as well. I apologize. But it's new to him. You know, what if this is the catalyst that suddenly he becomes the championship guy, not just via, hey, I consistently, you know, was consistent and won a championship. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but what if this brings out the tiger and you know, the diesel suddenly becomes the firecracker and just, you know, rips out and says, no, this is the only way that I can control this championship today is to win. So that's what I'm going to go do. Bye-bye. See everybody else.
Yeah, I think, you know, from looking at my background in racing, all along, you know, Jordan thinks he is one of the top guys. Now he's won. He knows he's one of the top guys. And with the championship there, you know, I've won a few, and I've worked with Rodney Smith that won a ton, more than anybody. And it's one of those things, a mindset today, Jordan going in, yeah, let's end this thing today. But then on the other side of the coin, if you're having not 100%, you know, just get it back to the barn, you know, second, third, whatever it takes, then, you know, next round, it's over pretty much. But the way he's riding today, he's got that mindset, I belong up front, and I'm going to show you guys why I'm going to carry the #1 plate next year.
And I think it is important to point out, you know, Mark, you mentioned earlier, Rodney, you were out of the booth. We talked about, you know, the mathematics of this. Obviously, Ben Kelly's still sitting in the second place position in points, may still be after today. You know, we'll see how this all plays out. Craig Dolan getting closer and closer to Ben Kelly for that #2 spot. But essentially, realistically, in the real world, this is now a 2-horse race. Everyone else has been eliminated from the championship before the race started today. It's just Jordan and Craig left. So there's also that element to it. Jordan, you know, I don't know his race strategy. I don't know his team's race strategy. But you almost have to wonder, you know, if things start to escalate, the pace starts getting pushed, Stu gets up there, Thad gets up there, whoever it may be gets up there. If Craig's not in that mix, you know, Jordan still needs, in my opinion, Jordan would still need to, or his team would need to kind of keep that in mind and say, hey, let's not go gunning for a race win today. If Craig's back in 7th, 8th, and Jordan can 3 or 4 his way to a championship, that's obviously something to consider.
Yeah, because right now he needs to put 5 points on Craig DeLong, which, you know, Craig's running 4th right now. And again, I think this track is a good track for Craig, and the kid's just been riding awesome this year for the second year in the XC1 class. You know, and so I know Craig is not going to give up. That kid is a fighter. But Jordan's in the driver's seat, and I think, you know, his team and himself, they should have talked through all the scenarios and know exactly what to do lap by lap. You know, if he's not feeling comfortable, like he could let Ricky by. Yeah, we got a great battle here with Ricky. I was just going to say, he could let Ricky latch on to Ricky and let Ricky do all the work because it's not dusty. It's not a problem to follow today. So if I was Jordan, I would not push the pace, because it's so much easier to follow a rider than lead. And you're worried about where the other rider's going to be. Does something happen? And Ricky, with racing, you never know. Ricky might try a good pass, but something goes wrong. He takes him out, and then he's in a pile. So, if he's feeling a lot of pressure from Ricky, I just pull over, let Ricky take the reins, and just follow him, and then put pressure on Ricky later in the race. So that's a great option too for Jordan right now. And like I said, he's in the driver's seat. He's got all these choices. They should have talked them all through before and know exactly what to do at every point of the race today.
And Mark, obviously through that exchange, I'll agree with you that is a valid point. But watching the way Jordan was defending, you have to wonder if it's also not playing heavy on his mind. At the last race, when Ricky got out front, Ricky gunned it and he was gone.
Yeah.
Pre having those issues that he had, the muffled pit stop, him saying he kind of worked himself up in his brain and just kind of made some mistakes. Hearing him talk about it, he was like, so I had a crash, I got up, I still had a good lead. I had another crash, I got up, I still had a good lead. I had another crash, and it was like, wow, man, like the wheels really came off the bus for him. But prior to that, he was marching away from those guys. He had a gap that he was managing via pit boards, and it looked like he had the race in hand. So maybe that's Jordan's thought process of, hey, I know Ricky's got good sprint speed early. Don't want to let him get out front. Yeah. I'd rather just kind of, as we talked about earlier, Mikey mentioned, Jordan talked about controlling the pace, controlling the race, and the easiest way to do that is from the front. Yes, you save energy, and it's easier to ride in second place, but you're not controlling the pace. The guy in the front is.
Yep. And, Ricky's another one of those guys. I mean, we were just watching this battle through here, and Ricky is on it hard right now, and he just won his second GNCC, it seemed like forever. And now he's the same way as Jordan. He's got that confidence. He knows he can win. He knows he belongs up front. So I think that's why you're seeing Ricky push it so hard. And Ricky, what's he got to lose? At this point in time, he just wants race wins.
And I'll say this, the angst in Ricky's face and in his voice when he was talking about, in his mind, obviously respect for all those riders. He knows Stu Baylor won that race. But in his mind, those guys were 1, 2, and 3 because he gave it to them. And through his own actions, not literally, but figuratively, he felt it was his race to lose, and he lost it. Not that someone else won it in spite of him.
Yep. But yeah, I think. But with all these scenarios, for us, it's awesome because now we could see a great race. With these two guys out front pushing, and and the Baylor brothers, they're going to be coming hard. And at this point in the year, really, Jordan is looking at a championship. Everybody else is looking at race wins and what they can do to make things happen for next year. They might be like Josh Toth. He's riding a new 23, so he's learning settings, learning specs, which would help him for next year. So there's a lot of different scenarios going into these last few races of the year, and everybody's got something in the game, whether it's a championship or setup for next year or getting a contract for next year too. That's on a lot of people's mind this time of year. That
silly season.
Yeah, you don't think of because. Jordan, he's going to be okay, and, Ricky's in good shape, but there's a lot of guys, when you get down a little ways, if you can end the season on a high note, it makes contract negotiations go a lot better.
For sure. There you see your leader on screen, the number 3 at Jordan Ashburn on that Magna 1 Motorsports Husqvarna. Close behind him on the Coastal Racing Gas Ricky Russell, the 212 machine. Third, we believe, is still Grant Baylor. We didn't get a shot at him as we came through. There's your 6th place rider, Josh Toth. 7th, Thad Duvall. And still back there in the 8th spot is Stu Baylor. Now, that is the 7th rider through the shot. They're being pushed back by, that's actually the, Johnny Gerard in 5th. So we should be seeing him on screen just about any time now. That is your XC2 leader who is up in corrected time into that 5th place overall. Rodney, I think this will be one of your favorite topics of the day. Grant Baylor, the Grizzly, sitting in 3rd in striking distance of leaders, and we're only 51 minutes into the race. What do we got? What are we looking at here, Rodney?
Traditionally, we see him come from behind, and he might be in that situation where he might have come in as this is his race to win as well. And if that be the case, and that's his mindset, and he feels like he's behind, and in this case, he is. It could get interesting if he keeps this pace going, and I don't see any reason why he can't, because like we've heard you talk earlier, there's a lot here to offer for a lot of different riders, and there's a lot here that really suits Grant Baylor, especially like you said over in the John Penton section and those tighter trees. And another thing that I was noting as we were talking about this, as though it looks like these gaps are kind of monumental right now whenever we're seeing them through the video on the screen, but when we look at the time as they check through. The biggest gap that we had out there was actually the 13 seconds between the second and third place position. Then it was 2, then it was 5, another 5, 4.5. And then finally back to Witkowski in the 10th place position, another 16 seconds. So in theory, whenever you look at it, Josh Tothad, Duval, Stu, Baylor, Craig DeLong, those guys aren't real far behind right now either.
Well, speaking of not far behind, as you saw on screen there, Mike Witkowski not at all far behind Johnny Gerard. Suddenly made up a bunch of time, nearly on the rear wheel of Gerard, battling for the lead in that XC2 Pro Lights class. Gerard came through, the camera panned back, and there was Witkowski, and you could see a lot of aggression coming out of Mike Witkowski, 282, and Pro Yamaha rider, another rider, a lot of discussions about where he's going to end up next year, what he's going to be doing. Is he going to be back with Pro Yamaha? Is he going to be racing XC2? Is he going to bump up to XC1? So silly season. There's your XC3 leader, Brody Johnson, Benjamin Herrera out of the XC2 class. But yeah, a lot of racing going on here. Not just follow leader. Again, Ricky Russell really getting in, shoving the front end there on Jordan Ashburn, and so the XC1 lead very much up for grabs, and also that XC2 class. Mike Witkowski wanting to make his bid to lead a little bit here.
Yeah, and we talked about Grant Baylor, and Grant, he just won the National Enduro last week in Michigan, so he's a little bit on a tear right now.
There you go.
He's won the last 2 National Enduros, actually. And another thing that I'm interested to see is that John Penton section again. Is there still going to be people there from the first lap that give the guys
Lappers
a hard
on
time?
lap 2. Now we're getting interesting.
As difficult as that section was, I wouldn't surprise me if there were people still there. From the first lap.
Another thing to point out when we're talking about the Grizzly, Grant, Rodney, you're a history guy. You're a facts, you're a numbers guy. Grant Baylor's first win came on this property a number of years ago. He doesn't like to talk about that as his first win because that was a win that was awarded kind of after the fact Sunday evening due to some rule infractions and some penalties that were handed down. But regardless, the record book states and the reality states, the points, the money, everything, he won that race. This was his first win, whether it be on paper, in reality, he doesn't like it or not. He won a race here already. It happened, and looking like he may potentially be in position to fight for one again here today.
That is another interesting scenario, Johnny, and I had thought about that just exactly, that thought exactly, so pretty impressive as our...
We got some lappers in the John Penton section. Our leaders aren't quite there yet, but they're also not super far out of being there.
And that is the easiest part of the John Penton section right there. It's a little grass track area in the middle of it. And, after that, they hit them hard right at the beginning. They give them a little bit of a break. And then just more of the same as it goes on. So, yeah, like I said, I think there could be more than just the one in that section waiting on them.
Worth noting, like you said, Mark, I'll be honest, I've not been out and checked out the John Penton section this time. I have at other times. But it is a technical section. And when we say, we often refer to, here's a lapper. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these lappers that we refer to are accomplished riders in their own right, not only within their class, but they go back to their regional, their local series, and they might be the top dog in the A classes, the B classes, whatever it may be. They're up there fighting for, amateur overalls in their local series. Just goes to show how good these top riders are. We're 55 minutes into this, and some, accomplished, good riders are struggling to make it through some of these sections the first time. These guys are already coming around for lap 2.
Yeah, and, and it's a learning curve. I mean, some of these guys could come from Florida, where the biggest hill you've seen is a large whoop. So, you get out of your element, but it's really interesting, too. I mean, it's so neat, because I know when I was young, riding locally here in Ohio, you get to see everything, but then the minute you venture out, it's like, wow. It's a learning curve, and I've been lapped before, and I'll get lapped again, I'm sure of it. But
there was a girl who came out of Florida many years ago, Jennifer Albright. You maybe remember her, Rodney. I remember racing her with her at FTRs, and when she started racing, I believe it may have been before it was called the WXC class. I'm almost certain it was, but it was the women's premier class. And at some of the courses in like the Carolinas and Florida and Georgia, which there are hills there, she would be very competitive, and we'd get to the northern courses, and she would say, like, she would literally be shaking, having anxiety going to the starting line, because this was back before everyone had e-bikes. Looks like our leaders may be on screen here. There is Jordan Ashburn. But yeah, it was the hills. She would say, and I would say, what do you mean? Like, these hills aren't even steep. There's nothing difficult. And she would say, we don't have hills in Florida. But it's such a mental thing at times. And look at this. Things are starting to tighten back up.
Yeah, Baylor's not far off the pace either as he checks in there.
Looks like we may have. Is that
like
Thad?
6 or 7?
Yeah, I was going to say that could have changed up.
It could be Thad, or it could be Craig there in third. I think it's hard to see if that's a hip hydration pack or I think that's Craig. Yes, that is. That's Craig DeLong now up to the 3 spot. He's worked his way around the Grizzly. So Craig there in third. Looks like Grant there in fourth.
Look at that. We've got 6 riders in one shot. How cool is that?
Couldn't really see who that was in fifth. It was hard to tell from the color.
And this is actually a fairly hilly section. We don't see it from the drone, but right here, that's a pretty good climb they're going up. But out here, you have a big run it. But there's spots in this section where you come around the corner, and it's straight up, no run, no nothing. And that's what really gets the people. And you talk about the hills, too. It's also the slickness when you get north, too. They don't have the traction like you do you know, in some of the places. But, yeah, Rodney, you alluded to it earlier.
Whoa,
this is amazing.
Did Craig get to the rear wheel of Ricky there?
Yeah.
Sure, or is that Thad? That's now looking more and more starting to look like Thad Duvall there on the 989.
And he has won this race more than once. You know, Thad just lives across the border in West Virginia, and he's raced this race many times as a kid growing up. He knows the area well, and he's won this race numerous times. So, you know, he might just take a while to get into his groove. And, you know, with things going up front, sometimes with, you know, 2 guys battling, they kind of hold each other up. And if the guys behind them have a clear track, it's easy to make up time.
Interesting. It's the weather's not calling for it, but I bet this section would get very interesting if we got some rain.
Well, let's hope not. We got some of that earlier this morning. The rock's starting to slicken up down there, and that's going to be an interesting point as we'll check out the Monster Mile, Mile 13, and so much more. Can Jordan Ashburn hang on to it? Ricky Russell in the number 2 spot, and some charging riders from behind. Stick around. We've got more here from the Russell Family Farm in Millfield, Ohio at Sunday Creek Raceway. It is the Kanati Tires Burr Oak GNCC.
Last season was my best season ever by far. I won a lot of races. I won a championship, and it was also my first year using ARMA. And one of the things I noticed was just my ability to string good days together. You know, like especially in the summertime in Florida where you're riding every day and the heat index is 108 degrees and you're doing 230s and going to the gym and bicycle and all that stuff. I think in the past I've been super inconsistent day to day. Yeah, I may have a good race here or a good day during the week there, but overall I think where I improved the most was my consistency and my recovery.
Kanati Tires, a division of Greenball Corp, has been in the tire business for over 44 years. We're passionate about developing quality tires that perform great and bring extraordinary value to our customers. Whether you're looking for a tire that can handle your off-road adventures, need a reliable tire to take you from job site to job site, or simply want a tire with a beefier look that won't break the bank, then check out Kanati Tires.
USMCA has been connecting riders to certified coaches since 2016. There are over 300 active certified coaches on motorcyclecoaching.org, and we recently launched our new mobile app, making it easy to connect with a coach and book your next training session. So here's what you do. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app, then search for coaches and upcoming classes. Once a training session is booked, riders have the option to pay for their class and even get a calendar reminder that will automatically sync to their phone. Get connected today.
Even when you're the best, you never stop striving to be better. With over 40 years of experience in motorcycle sales and service, we know racing. Our inventory of Yamaha motorcycles, sport bikes, dirt bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides is extensive and constantly changing. Stop by LoJack Cycle Sales today in Tarentum, Pennsylvania, and visit our online inventory at www.lojacks.com. Yamaha YZs. It's why we ride.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
This week in Yamaha history takes us back to the 2007 Powerline Park GNCC in St. Clairsville, Ohio. It was an early October fall when riders like Charlie Mullins getting the early lead on his Yamaha, and riders like Jimmy Jarrett from Ohio, Ampro Yamaha's Barry Hawk, Australia's Glenn Kearney, New Zealand's Paul Whibley, Ohio's Robbie Jinks, and the Isle of Man's David Knight and more reigned supreme. Ampro Racing Yamaha's Charlie Mullins had grabbed the early lead and set sail on what he had hoped to be a win in his home state of Ohio. Lurking in the background, some 30 seconds back through most of the race, was David Knight, who had come from the Isle of Man to claim this championship after dominating the world enduro scene in Europe. Jimmy Jarrett moved into the number 3 position, following behind the number 3 of Charlie Mullins. Mullins, who had dropped to the number 2 position after David Knight taking the lead on lap number 4, and Mullins back to the number 2 position. A quick pit stop for David Knight, and the hammer was laid down, as was the gauntlet. Mullins tried as he may to bridge the gap, but could not do so, eventually succumbing to issues and falling out of the race, leaving riders like Barry Hawk on his Yamaha to defend the honor. A dry and dusty and very rocky race course in St. Clairsville, Ohio, left a lot of challenges for a lot of folks, but David Knight met every challenge and conquered every obstacle that day, taking the win by 4 minutes and 20 seconds over the rest of the field. As David Knight showed his dominance that day, another battle was ensuing back for the number 2 position, as Ohio's Jimmy Jarrett was able to capture the second place position with not far behind the number 2 of Barry Hawk on his Ampro Yamaha. And that's this week in Yamaha history.
Wow. St. Clairsville, Ohio. That was a good one, no doubt. And, you know, back in the day, as they say, Rodney Tomlin along with Mark Hyde, Johnny Gallagher joining us in booth. And, of course, Mikey Waynes out and about as we are awaiting some action here at the 15-mile marker. Just kind of watching things right now on FMF PowerPoint. We'll go back a little further, I think, here in just a few moments. But a 16-mile race course, if you're just joining us here at the Kanati Tires Burr Oaks GNCC, and as we've alluded to already, one of the longer courses we've seen in GNCC, especially in recent history. No 25-milers. I remember we had the 25 miles at Snowshoe the one year with like 13 on one side and 14 or something like that. But it was actually probably a little longer than 25 miles if memory serves me correct. But nonetheless, I like these longer races. It's good to throw those in every once in a while. And just like it's cool if you have a short racetrack every once in a while to mix things up, I think, throughout the championship.
Yeah, the long race course, I always enjoyed the longer ones because they didn't seem to get as chewed up and as beat up, and you got to see more new stuff, so it didn't get quite as repetitive.
Well, I'll tell you, we, at the beginning of the show, I started talking about, I said, it's been a 10-year climb for Jordan Ashburn to make his way into a championship contending position. And our producer went and put together a few stats that tells you a little bit about Mr. Consistency himself, starting back in the 2011 season. As you see, actually got his first podiums, in the XC2 Pro Lights class, certainly making, I guess you could say, a name for himself. He got 4 wins that year, but lost the championship to Stu Baylor by 44 points. The next season in 2012 was his rookie season in the XC1. He actually took 6th place overall. He had 2 podiums in 13 starts. He finished 12 of the 13 races in the top 10. Pretty impressive, I say. The 2013 season, while riding Yamaha, he finished 7th overall, 4 top 5 finishes in 11 starts, and he finished 10 of 11 races in the top 10. In the 2014 season, also still on a Yamaha, 3rd place overall with 4 podiums in 13 starts, and finished all 13 races in the top 10 with 7 top 5 finishes in that 2014 season. Looking ahead to the 2015 season, still on the Blue Crew, 7th place overall, 4 podiums in 11 starts, 9 of 11 races in the top 10. And then moving on to 2016, some changes taking place for him as he went to KTM. Yeah, he raced to a 4th place finish overall there. 2 podiums in 11 starts, finished 10 of the 11 races he raced in the top 10. 2017, made the switch to Beta. Remember, he had those few years where he kind of bounced around a little bit. 12th place overall. Probably not his banner year. 3 top 5 finishes. Still with that in 10 starts. He finished 6 of those races in the top 10. In the 2018 season, still on the Beta, 13th place overall. 0 podiums in 8 starts, but he finished 5 of the 8 races he raced in the top 10, which is still pretty good statistics when you look at the law of averages there. 2019, he moved to a Kawasaki, of course, racing to 10th place overall. No podiums that year in 10 starts. Finished 7 of those 10 starts in the top 10, 7 of those races in the top 10. Again, racing with Freddie and those boys, 3rd place overall in 2020. 1 podium in 13 starts. All of his finishes in 2020 were top 10 finishes overall. And 2021 to Husqvarna, that's when he went to the Magnum One Motorsports team. He got himself a 3rd place position finish overall with 5 podiums and 12 starts. Missed the Ironman, but all the races he raced that year were top 10 finishes. And of course, here in 2022, your current points leader with the Magnum One Motorsports team, 7 podiums so far in 7 starts this season. That's pretty impressive. Round 9. His first overall win there at Snowshoe GNCC, and he has finished in the top 10 in all races so far this season. So, career summary, you take a look at it right there. I mean, it's pretty impressive. 25 podiums in 122 starts, 108 top 10 finishes in 122 starts, and 10 seasons racing GNCC professionally in the XC1 Pro class.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, but the reality of it is, 100 and we just missed him here on screen, but there we see Josh Toth, Grant Baylor working their way through. Looks like Stu Baylor was that. Oh, Ricky Russell way back now. When I say way back, not on time, but he has dropped from that number 2 position back to about the 7th place position as they run. So a rough Penton section for Ricky Russell between the coming out of the Penton section there here to now at the 11-mile marker. We'll wait and we'll watch. Looks like we may have some more riders working their way down through here in just a matter of a few moments. But yeah, Jordan, a lot to unpack there. The reality, 108 podiums and 122 starts, or I'm sorry, 108 top 10 finishes, which, yes, the goal is top 5 podiums wins, but the fact that, to be within the top 10 overall 108 times out of 122 shows there's not a lot of crashes there. There's not a lot of DNFs there. He's easy on equipment. He's easy on his body. He makes the full season. As long as you put a bike under him that's capable of running and finishing races, he'll get it to the finish line. And ultimately, if you look at the 21 and 22 seasons, last year with the podiums that he had, this year was 7 out of 10. Leading into today, 70% of the races he's been on the podium, easy to see why he's a championship contender. That's what it takes. It takes that consistency. Oh, look at this battle.
Is that Witkowski up there?
It is. Witkowski putting pressure on the number 1 of Johnny Girard, returning at the Snowshoe GNCC, grabbing the win, coming back, backing it up at the Mountaineer. But Mike Witkowski saying, hey, I remember this guy. We battled for a championship last year, and he's got my number 1 plate, so I think I'd like to go take some wins off him. That's pretty much what I think is going through Mike Witkowski's head right now.
Yep, this is a good race course for all the different reasons we discussed earlier for different riders. And Jordan, you look at the longevity of his career and the fact that he's finished so many races inside the top 10. You don't do that by accident.
Right.
It's just the last few years you've seen him, those top 10 finishes have been moving up. And this year he's really upped his game, and I think getting that win at Snowshoe was just a real game changer for him. And now it really gives him, like I talked about earlier, before he thought he should be one of the top guys. Now after that win, now he knows he can be one of those top guys. And so it's really interesting, and it's amazing how seasons change. Like with Ben Kelly's accident, that gave a lot of people hope, and sometimes that's all it takes. Now when Ben comes back, is he going to be able to recapture where he once was, or will these guys now think that hey, that number 1 plate's mine and I'm going to keep it? So there's a lot of mental things that go on in the racing, and you never know how it's going to turn out. And I think we got a cool season going on this year, and I can't wait to see what happens next year already.
It's always interesting to see when you have a rider that's out due to injury, and the progression of things. It never stops. With whether it be GNCC, motocross, any sport, any business, whatever it may be, anything where there's competition and drive involved, there's always this progression of things. And when you say progression, it doesn't mean that the guys today are better than the guys of 5 years ago. It means that they're better at what they're better at. These tracks are always evolving, the pace is evolving, the equipment's evolving. You couldn't take one of these guys and put him on a machine in the 80s and have him battle Mark Hyde for Blackwater wins, because they wouldn't know how to get that machine even to the finish line, let alone be competitive doing so. But at what they're racing, the conditions and the machines that they're racing, oh, look at this, folks. Is this? It is. The 342 of Craig DeLong now putting the pressure on Jordan Ashburn. We got a championship battle unfolding here in the woods of the Kanati Tires Burr. Josh Toth up to 3rd. You want to say it, Mark, or should I? Feet on the pegs all the way through there.
Yeah, look at and this is cool. Here you got a guy really to nothing to ride for in Josh Toth other than wins. Craig DeLong battling to keep this championship line. We got Stu Baylor now, like you talked earlier. First laps don't really matter. It's the finish that matters, and Ricky Russell behind Stu there. So, we don't know in the Penton section if that's where all these things went sideways for Ricky, or these other guys just did better in there. But this is, I think, going to be one of the better races of the year. Like I said, we got a lot of people riding for a lot of different reasons, and it's getting exciting.
I'm pretty excited to see Craig DeLong up there battling for the lead. Not something that we've seen a lot of. Craig's been kind of almost the Mr. Consistency of this year.
Yeah.
Behind Jordan. Obviously, Jordan's consistent, just consistently a little bit in front of Craig.
Yeah.
But, this is Craig. We talked about how would Jordan's mindset change with the championship on the line. I guess we never really talked about how would Craig's mindset change, because he knows, sitting back there, he wants to mathematically keep himself in this. And if Jordan Ashburn wins, doesn't matter what Craig does, Craig's eliminated from the championship. So the only way for him to stop Jordan is to be in front of him. And in that case, when Jordan's leading, Craig needs to get up front. Yeah. And I could be dead wrong on this, but I think potentially that might be the first time we've ever seen Craig in the lead if he grabs the lead for any amount of time. Mike Witkowski taking over the lead of that XC2 Pro Lights class, looking like he has dropped the number 1 of Johnny Girard, at least for the time being. Here comes Johnny, so not a big gap, but he was able to make the pass and put a little bit of a gap there. Johnny taking a more direct line through this through the Monster Mile, going to close up that gap just a little bit to the back of Mike Witkowski on the 282 Ampro Yamaha Girard. Again, another guy that's out here not in a championship fight, just racing for wins.
Yeah. And that's a neat thing about this racetrack. I know the guys, it's been around forever, we've raced a lot, but this track still always offers unique line choices, and a guy that can connect the track. And I love the fact that they've made some more difficult, faster lines. The technical riders have to love that. And I always like those type of changes in a racetrack. And that's neat, like I said, and I think that's why we're seeing some of the movement back and forth in the racetrack, because a guy that is mentally sharp and can really string good line choices together can make up some good times without just having to just go out there and lay down a heater. So it's you can take two different riders with different styles and techniques, and they end up at the finish line about the same time, going a completely different direction, but all legal directions. So that's really cool.
Well, about 5 minutes or so probably from the finish of lap number 2. That'll put us somewhere in the neighborhood of about an hour and 20 minutes into this race, and only 2 laps complete. Pretty interesting whenever we look at that. So we're an hour and 20 minutes in. We do another hour at that point. That'll put us another lap around that 40-minute mark. If that's the case, that should put us at the 2-hour mark. So, wow, this could be a long or short race today. This could get very interesting by the time the checkers fly.
Interesting to see here the 178 of Lyndon Snodgrass looking like he's dragging a little branch there, and Gus Riordan has dropped now way back, barely inside the top 10 in that XC2 Pro Lights class. Was a rider that was running solidly in third through the first portion of this race. There we see DeLong on screen. There was a bike in front of him. We're going to assume that was still Jordan Ashburn, but DeLong putting heavy pressure right now on Ashburn. Josh Toth on that, as Mark pointed out, 2023 KTM 350, pushing the pace there in the number 3 spot. 4th place rider is that of Grant the Grizzly Baylor, 314 on that gas machine. There is the hometown boy, Thad Duvall, followed closely by Stu Baylor and Ricky Russell, all up the FMF PowerPoint, hopping up there like little bunny rabbits.
We talked about Craig a little bit, and Craig's actually, he's a former XC2 champion. And he's one of those kids that didn't have like instant success. He's kind of a worker. And I love to see the tenacity in him. And I've seen it this year. His GNCCs have gotten better. He's really done some great work in the National Enduros. And like we talked about, you were there in France. He had a great ride at 6 days. And I think getting these different exposures to different riding styles and different courses and things like that, Craig's really starting to blossom. And, and his brother was a former National Enduro champ, so it runs in the family. So I think there's a big future for Craig, and I think he's kind of like the next version of Jordan Ashburn. He's kind of that same path.
I would agree with that to a T. And quickly to go back, we compiled those, our producers compiled those statistics on Jordan Ashburn. A couple interesting statistics that maybe aren't in that because it was pre his XC2 run days and his XC1 now 10 years. Ashburn on screen is through the finish line, leading the way. The 342 of DeLong right there behind him. Jordan Ashburn, when we were talking about last race, it was Grant Davis on that Monster Energy Kawasaki coming through, getting that top 10 finish. And I mentioned, this isn't completely unprecedented. We've seen some riders get up into the top 10 overall from the amateur A classes. But we haven't seen it in a while. I had some text messages and reminded me, Chris Bach and Jordan Ashburn pushing each other for that Kawasaki Team Green money back in 2008, 2009.
Right.
Were somewhat consistently pushing each other into the top 10 overall back then. So, Jordan's been at this a while. We talk about his 10-year professional career, but he's a guy that's been running in the top 10 for, more like 13, 14 years here and there. So he's definitely got the experience for sure.
Yep, and we've talked about too, this race course, I think just today it's one of the best courses we've had here in a long time. Just the weather kind of hit us just right, at least for the afternoon bike race. The other guys may differ with that opinion, but I think that's what's making this race too so unique is the different line choices, the Penton section that's thrown in there, the faster stuff, the grass tracks. So we have just a great mix. And again, a lot on the line for the different people. And then, a track like this, another big thing that affects results that, we don't really talk about is bike setup. Because this course is so diverse, it's to get your bike set up to work at the majority of the track. You're never going to get a bike to work 100% all the time. So if you can get your bike working good, the right tire selection is another big thing for today that we're going to have. I remember when I was working for Rodney Smith one time, and he come in after a race and he said, his bike, he was struggling with some bike setup. And I said, Rodney, you're one of the best testers on the planet. Your bike is one of the best bikes out there. So if your bike's working bad, just think how bad everybody else is. And going forward, that made an impact on him because then he would realize, that. And I think, Jordan's kind of coming into that as well because his racecraft's evolving. He's getting used to running up front for 3 hours. So, sometimes, it's just a learning curve. Some people it takes longer than others. And a lot of times it's just getting with the right team, the right mechanic, the right whatever, the right, training program. So, as it looks like now the stars are aligned for Jordan. He's getting it all figured out. And hopefully, he can continue this for many, many years to come because obviously you look at his results. He has worked really hard to get where he's at. And it's so neat when you see somebody work that hard. You're really happy for him. And he's a good kid, too. his family. They're super nice people, and you love to see success for somebody like that.
Jordan Ashburn, 2.7 seconds ahead of Craig DeLong at the end of the second lap of racing. 39.27 for Jordan Ashburn that time around, pretty consistent with what we've seen in his first lap, and a 39.11 for Craig DeLong, so he kind of picked it up a little bit. A 39.15 for Josh Toth, who sits in third on the 2:06 machine, and of course Grant Baylor back in the number 4 spot. He had a 39.30 lap time. Thad Duvall making up a little bit of time there with a 39.22. He's up to the number 5 spot. Stu Baylor is now up to 6th, only 2.3 seconds behind Duvall. Russell behind him, 2.5 seconds. And there's where we saw, I think, not only on time adjustment, but physically on the racetrack came Mike Witkowski and Jonathan Gerard, Johnny G, 3 seconds apart, first and second, 8th and 9th place overall when they wrapped up lap number 2.
Yeah, and that battle heating up, they're very close together. If we can look at the results in the XC2 class, I haven't been able to catch a number on it, but one of the gas guys, one of the beta guys looking like they're running in that 4th place spot in that XC2 class. The top 3, Liam Draper has actually worked his way up into the 3rd place position.
Jonathan Johnson, beta rider, 981.
It was Johnson. It was hard to tell. I thought it might be Evan Smith, but then I saw...
He's 5th place.
Yeah. And pretty close there, putting pressure on the 4th place ride there. So it's interesting to see, this late in the season, maybe getting some things worked out and getting up there and putting that beta a little closer to the front of that XC2 class. And here's his brother on screen right now, Brody Johnson, still leading the way in that XC3 Pro XC3 Pro-Am class.
Another thing with Jordan Ashburn, he's on his 2nd year with his team, his team that he's on now. And one thing that's really important for young riders, old riders, is when you go to races like this, all your races, keep really good notes. And, now that he's been with the team for a 2nd year, they can go back to their settings that they used last year. And I don't care what tire you used, how much fuel you used, your suspension settings, the length of the track, because I used to keep a big notebook. And so when we'd go to a track, you would know exactly what worked, what didn't work. And so I think that is playing into some of Jordan's success as well. You can see, when you on the same bike, same team, you get familiar with everything, and keeping those good notes is really important for future success.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, those guys have gotten to look to look forward to. They've got a really successful season going on both 4 and 2 wheels. They're leading the points, the Magna One Motorsports team, leading the points in the ATV side of things and on the 2-wheel side of things. And that could be kind of considered something historical. I don't know of any, at least in recent history, of that being the case, the same teams.
Well, you got to look. I mean, KTM hasn't had an ATV program since 2009.
That's what I'm trying to think about.
Yeah, and but I'm saying as far as having an ATV program,
right,
2009,
yes.
And I'm sure at some point during that run,
they were leading the points. Yeah,
because I know Adam McGill led the points for I think the first 4 or 5 rounds in 2008, and then also I don't know, 08 would have been David Knight.
Yeah, that was right to Knight Yuha.
Yeah, Knight Yuha somewhere. I think it would have been Knight.
Yeah, it was
Knight. That was leading the points. So it's probably been done before, but it's been well over a decade since that has happened. And another thing, Rodney, I don't know if we are able to get live scoring, but interesting to note, I saw the 922 of Grant Davis come through there on screen, hot on the heels of Brody Johnson. When you start correcting time, realizing that he had to start at least a minute behind Johnson, I think we might see him clawing his way deep up into the top 20 this early in the race, and
12th place.
12th. I didn't want to say top 10 because I knew he wasn't maybe quite there yet, but he's I was thinking 15-ish. So 12th place, coming hot off of a 10th place finish 2 weeks ago at our Mountaineer GNCC in Beckley, West Virginia, and looking like he wants to prove that wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just because it was a slick, rocky track and he's from Pennsylvania. Very, very different conditions here today in the clay, the hard-packed clay of Ohio, and he's still proving that he's got the juice. The juice right now is coming from the 342 Rockstar Husky, each of them with the look back, and look at this, the pressure now coming from the FMF factory Red Bull KTM of Josh Toth. These guys stopping for fuel. They received DeLong in his pit. Looks like we have Ashburn up there in his pit as well. Yes, and Toth pulling out just behind, losing a little bit of time there is Toth, but the running order going to remain the same. And looks like there was a little fumble with the goggles there, almost giving up a spot to Stu Baylor. So Grant Baylor looking like he may have already fueled, or he's going to be on an alternate fuel stop. Ricky Russell, you know they're going to be cautious with his fuel stop there. There goes Thad Duvall getting out in front of Stu Baylor, and Ricky Russell out in pursuit as well. Some lap riders in the mix, so we talked about that. We know the Penton section, not all that far off in the future for these guys.
Yeah, we talked about the track, and that was a good shot before they came in the pits, and right here you can see how hard the center groove is. And then we also get into the John Penton section where it's going to be softer dirt and everything. So like I talked about earlier, bike setup is really critical at this. And then we saw the rock gardens areas too. There's one really gnarly rock garden in the John Penton section that's pretty interesting. So that's the cool thing about today's course is the diversity. But again, you're probably going to set your bike up for this type of terrain, the faster, harder pack, because that's the majority of the course. And then you're kind of going to have to watch yourself when you're in the John Penton section, the rock garden sections. Be a little smarter with your line selection and your position on the bike and where you're going to attack.
Speaking of attacking, Grant Baylor attacking the back of Josh Toth in that last camera shot we had there. Gotta believe he skipped his pit there. The distance that he was back from
Grant?
From those guys.
I think I saw him in the pits there. I think I actually saw him pull in.
It's entirely possible. And it would be a bit of a gamble at an hour and 28 minutes to do another 40 minutes would put it, unless he had pitted the previous lap, but he made up a bunch of time there. Now we see Wachowski in the pits here in the factory Yamaha and Pro Yamaha pits. His mechanic looks like Lucas stayed in there. A little one-legged balance at action. Johnny Gerard takes a look over at Gerard, and Gerard is in pursuit. Those two flying in formation, 1 and 2 in the XC2 class. Third place in the XC2 class, the 198 of Liam Draper on that Teely Energy Racing KTM, having a great race through the first 4 laps 2 weeks ago at the Mountaineer, putting pressure on Gerard the whole way, leading quite a bit of it, and then similar a la Ricky Russell, kind of the wheels a bit coming off the bus towards the end of things there. I think he may have ended up in that 4th place position as well. We'd have to look back at the results, but certainly not the day he was looking for. But obviously he's been putting in the work over the summer and wants to kind of get out there like Ricky and show, hey, those first couple laps at the Mountaineer weren't a fluke. He's up into that 3rd place spot and in pursuit of the leaders. Looks like our leader is on screen. There's Jordan Ashburn. Just behind him, 3:42 of Craig DeLong.
Yep. And I think Josh Toth had a little bit of an extended pit stop there. It wasn't horrible, but it wasn't great. So I think that probably let Grant catch up a little bit. We saw him.
Right.
Because Josh was pretty much not far off DeLong's rear wheel, coming into the pits. And, so that could be interesting. And today now, if Josh can reel those guys back in, that'll give him a lot of confidence knowing that he has the speed to run up front. And too, the cooler temperatures help the guys out a lot too. The guys, if they're not as fit as some of the top guys, like say Ryan Dungey was in the day, it helps them run that pace a little longer today.
We should get a great shot here to see just exactly what the gap is. We know, at least when we saw him last, that it was Ashburn basically millimeters until we see Craig DeLong there again, wheel to wheel. Man, I don't know that I've seen Craig DeLong this aggressive in a long time. Craig is, again, like you said, the next coming of. And look at this, Toth is able to push that pace, get back that gap that he had lost a little bit of. He's getting closer and closer to the rear wheel of DeLong. We got a couple lappers in the shot there, but there is the 206. There is the 989 of Thad Duvall. Here is the 514 of Stu Baylor. So not far back. And Ricky Russell still there attached to the rear wheel of Stu Baylor. That is just about the entirety of our XC1 class as they run today. So all pretty close together there. Everybody's staying tight, but that lead pace that Jordan Ashburn is putting down is just enough to have a few small gaps here and there.
Yeah, I think during opening ceremonies, XC1 Pro Row had 7 XC1 riders on it. So that war of attrition we talk. I mean, we say that, but it all happened in the early part of the season. It's been like this all year long, except for round number 1, when everybody was healthy when we started this thing out.
And Mikey brought up, 2 weeks ago, a lot of the maybe the haters, the naysayers, the internet people, people around the track. Well, so-and-so, it would be different if so-and-so was here and different if so-and-so was here. The reality of it is, and I'm a big Ben Kelly fan for sure. I think Stu's great for the sport, but the reality of it is everybody lined up for round 1. The rule book is printed. It says how many races are going to be. It says how many points each position pays. you have to have the mental wherewithal to understand, ride within yourself enough to get to the finish line like Jordan Ashburn has done. You know, if you risk it for the biscuit, if you send it for the kids, if all those things, that's awesome. You know, but it may land you with a broken machine or a broken body, in which case you're not there to, and those are the risks we take as racers. We know this. You can't, it's not like you can just go out there and casually, consistently put yourself in the position to win if you're not risking it, but it's that fine line of risking it and knowing when not to, and I think that's what some guys are just so good at.
Yep, as we say that, here comes Witkowski into the picture being chased by Johnny G. And that's the cool thing about this. And that I've talked about a little bit, but that's the cool thing about the race course today. We see a little bit of dust here and here out in the open stuff, but with that rain we got this morning, it's great for individual races because you can ride on a guy's rear wheel. If he gets a little bit in front of you, he doesn't dust you out, you can reel him back in. So it's a great racetrack to race on. And one of the things that I always tell kids when they ask for a riding tip is vision. Being able to see is one thing, but looking down the trail, and there's nothing more important on this racetrack than that, because this thing, especially in the John Penton section, there's so many things that come up on you so quick. If you're looking down at your front wheel, when you come around that corner and there's a steep uphill, you're not ready for it. And you know, being this close, if the guy in front of you makes a little mistake, or say he picks a line that you know there's a better way, the further you can look down the trail, the better you are. And that's the best riding tip anybody could ever get, because you can't do the obstacle if you don't see it.
And that's an interesting point, Mark. You know, you talk about the further you can look down the trail. Due to the foliage on the trees, different from the spring, you don't have as much, you can't see as far. There's a lot of canopy, there's a lot of tunnel sections where it's kind of tighter and it zigzags. You can only see so far in front of you. But when you talk about looking down the trail, it's not just what you can physically see with your eyes. Yes, you always want to look up, look ahead, but it's also the work that goes in before the race even starts. These guys out pedaling, walking, you know, reiterating the track to themselves in their mind, kind of envisioning what they're going to do when it comes race time. You know, I got to tell you, I did not take the opportunity, did not have the opportunity, this being the Kanati Burr Oaks. I'll do a shameless plug here. The Kanati Tires Burr Oaks, me being the GBC Kanati guy here on property. Very busy Friday, very busy Saturday morning. Did not have the opportunity to get out and preview the course. Always do, always pedal it. Didn't. Lap 1 was a nightmare, you know, because this place, it's hard to see on screen, especially from like this drone shot. You mentioned how much elevation change there is. There's a lot of elevation changes, and it's a lot of like dips up and down. So you can only see so far, and I know from previous experience, having raced here since 1990, sorry, there's a lot of blind, you know, there's a stump, there's a rock. Leaders on screen here, Jordan Ashburn still leading the way, the 342 of Craig DeLong. Little different line, inside line, and Craig DeLong just keeping the pressure on him. DeLong really, to me, looks like he's the aggressor in this exchange right now.
Yep, and that's, again, I go back to the track conditions. Craig is in a great spot there because he can watch what Jordan's doing, and he can experiment because he can be back just enough, take a different line. Did he make up ground or not? So then he can file that away for future laps. So he can really go, while he's being aggressive, he really needs to go to school on what Jordan's doing and find out where Jordan's strong at, where Jordan's weak at. And we talk about the race course. Another big thing is arrows. You know, picking up the arrows, how certain people arrow the course, you know, looking ahead, if it's just the arrow slightly angled, you know, a little bit of turns coming up. If the arrow's pointed down, you know, there's a downhill coming up. So there's a lot of things to pick up when you're riding over the years, you know, that you learn, and a new guy to the sport may not realize some of the arrowing techniques that are used out there. And just by studying that can make a big difference too in your race results. But yeah, like here in this section, like I said, this is an amazing drone shot, and I love to see the footage because we're getting a lot of great race action in here. But this is, compared to the rest of this section, it's a lot of fun, these grass tracks, and it's pretty elevated too, a lot of elevation here, but everything else is like first, second gear, off cameras, uphills, downhills. You're constantly moving back and forth on the bike. You know, you got to hit your braking points. I mean, it's pretty unique section, you know, compared to any other GNCC we ride the rest of the year, and that's kind of what makes, you know, the GNCC series so successful and so good, because there's so many varieties, you know, compared to Florida, compared to the Ironman, you know, which are great events. This thing just has a unique feel, a unique vibe, and it just gets people excited that the choices they get to ride. So it'll be interesting to watch the guys through here, and as things develop, it'd be great to go back through and ride this section after they're through it to see where the problems were. And
new second place rider, Josh Toth has made the pass on Craig DeLong. a little bit of a gap for Jordan Ashburn. We got some lappers in the mix there as well. And man, now look at them. They're just coming streaming out of there like school just let out for the day, and they're trying to get out of there.
Yeah. And one thing, something like this, we know we're in this open section here, and from a racer standpoint, if you can get a lapped rider and pass him right before you go back into the tight stuff, you do everything in your power to do it. It's like I've taken some chances over the years because I knew if I could get into a really gnarly section ahead of the guy behind me with like a little bit of a trail block there, then you drop the hammer, and if you can get out of sight of him, it makes all the difference. So that's something too that Jordan needs to pay attention today in sections like this. Like I said, if here right before they tuck back in the woods, if there's a lap rider there, he needs to do everything in his power to get by it. And I know the lap riders, they are awesome at getting out of the way, but sometimes trails so tight, there's only so much you can do and only so much room you can give a guy.
Yeah, right now, if you're Jordan Ashburn, you got to wonder how much effort are you going to put with just this little gap to try to get away. We're in the Penton section, one of the harder sections, more difficult technical sections of the track. Something transpired there with Craig DeLong losing a little bit of ground. Josh Toth getting into that number 2 spot. You know, is this Josh Toth getting into the number 2 spot? Jordan Ashburn, you know, is this his opportunity to make a break if he wants to do so, or does he continue status quo and just keep, you know, holding the pace, you know, leading from the front and controlling the way this race is going?
You know, another interesting thing we haven't talked about, Josh Toth never won a GNCC. He came within a couple corners the one year when Caleb got him right at the end, and he has and look at Snowshoe. Bad tire choice, or not changing a tire when he should have, cost him a possible win there. So, you know, Josh has a lot riding on today and everything, and the way he's caught these guys from the back, you know, riding that new 23, he's got nothing to lose. And,
essentially his second, at least GNCC race aboard that bike. I know he was, you know, did well for much of that Mountaineer race. But, you know, again, it's got to be hard adapting, having ridden a similar platform with your settings and everything. And then, you know, hey, here's a brand new bike. You know, we kind of threw some stuff at the wall to see what would stick. And, you know, maybe today's the day that they realize, hey, we came onto a combination that I'm super comfy with, and, you know, let's go for the gusto.
And if he were to get around Jordan and wins, Jordan gets second, Craig gets third. Jordan only gains 4 points, and so no championship played at the end of the day.
Championship's still alive, very much alive.
Yeah, so we got a lot of things going to happen here the second half of this race, and and you know, you look at the Baylor brothers; they're both right in there. Thad Duvall,
essentially all winner. 7 of our XC1 riders still within, you know, throw. It might be a big blanket, but it's still a blanket. Throw over. It's more like a Afghan, big old,
big old Afghan.
Well, if Grant's involved, you know it's got to be a big blanket. Just kidding, Grant.
Whoa.
No, Grant, that kid, he's amazing. You watch him ride enduros, and that kid is just phenomenal. And again, he's won the last 2 enduros, so he's on somewhat of a hot streak here. So, you know, he's always deadly. And like I said, his first GNCC win came at this very property. So,
and it was pointed out earlier in the show by both Mikey and Rodney, and I think Mark, you and I have touched on as well. Silly season, man.
Yeah.
You know, we're deep into it right now. A lot of, you know, obviously the industry. Inside the industry, a lot of people know a lot of these contracts are already done, but some of them are not. So I think we may have an update from the pits with our pit reporter, Mikey Waynes.
Hey, thanks, guys. Just wanted to give you a quick update, little tidbit of information. Obviously, we've talked extensively about Jordan Ashburn. If he grabs a win today, we know he will wrap up that championship. However, more championships at stake. Of course, maybe you're thinking, oh, you're talking about Bryce Neal over on the ATV side. Yes, that's correct. But wait, there's more. FMF XC3, Brody Johnson is in the fight with Zach Hayes. Matter of fact, without looking at it, I think it's a 2 or a 3-point difference between them. So Magna One Motorsports out here could wrap up an XC1 championship this season, an XC3, and then another XC1 over on the ATV side. This backs up a FMF XC3 Pro-Am national title in 2021 that they capture with Jonathan Johnson. So really a lot at stake here. It was just kind of interesting. They brought it to my attention. They said, hey, Mikey, we may get that XC1 and we may get that XC3. So a lot of big things going on here at Magna One Motorsports.
That's a pretty impressive perspective as well. Again, another feather in the cap for Chris Landers and the folks over at Magna One Motorsports for sure.
Yeah, and I think that speaks volumes of what Jordan's able to accomplish. That team is set. They're solid. They know what it takes to win championships. So, you know, Jordan's in a great spot and working with a team that seems like everybody's meshing together.
when things do start going well, it can really be contagious. A lot of, Rodney, you pointed out, Bryson Neal leading the points in the XC1 side of the ATV things. Jordan Ashburn, Brody Johnson, coming off that championship with Jonathan Johnson. A new team, a startup team. They put a lot into it, and man, it's all starting to really stack up for them.
Absolutely impressive. And I'm sure we see these teams oftentimes. Somebody says we're going to start a team or we're going to do this, and you're always hoping that things go well for them, but you really don't know what to expect. Is it going to go well? Will they be in it for the long haul? Do they understand what it takes to do it? And when you get these kind of results, then all of a sudden you recognize and realize, yeah, they know what it takes to do it.
Yeah, and there's a lot involved with it because you've got multiple riders, multiple mechanics, you've got engine guys, suspension guys, the crew chief and everything. So there's a lot of mesh points there that, can make you a success or a failure. And, you try to get people that work well together. And, if one guy's really good with suspension, another guy's good with motors, those guys can work together. And also, it's great to get that competitiveness on a team, but not to the point where they can't stand each other, but where, you always want to be the top man on the team.
I will say this, too. I mean, there is a different vibe in the pits at Magna One Motorsports as opposed to walking into Red Bull KTM, as opposed to walking into Rockstar Energy Husqvarna. I would say that Coastal Gas might be another team that's similar to what you have under the Magna One Motorsports tent.
Well, Gas is our fun brand, so that's why they have fun.
And that makes a lot of sense then.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the satellite, adventure with Husqvarna being there with Chris Landers and the Magna One Motorsports team. I mean, it's neat that atmosphere really seems to be working, all the way around. And not saying that it doesn't work, but I will say this, though it's, and there is a lot of family atmosphere aspect to that. One thing that you can say about some of these factory teams, when you see the teams start to mesh like buddies, and if there's wives or girlfriends or family members that are all there together and they all feel like they're in it together, that's whenever the team is more successful. And you have certain riders may a little bit better than others, a little bit more successful than others, but everybody feeds off that success like that on that team.
Yeah, the main goal is you've got to get an end goal that everybody buys into, and we're all pulling the same direction. It's easier to pull a rope than push a rope.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, if you can accomplish that, and the nice thing that Magna won that team with the strong effort that KTM and Husqvarna and Gas have at these races, that stuff is available to them too. And that team, like I said, it's a little different structured. So, and that might have been what Jordan needed, because we've seen that over the years in every type of motorsport racing or any, stick and ball game. It doesn't matter. You go to a new place and all of a sudden, the light turns on and you figure it out. Just because the like Jordan might, like his mechanic, they might be awesome together, and he didn't have that before, or just some little things, or just travel or whatever. There's so many little things that can make a difference.
Absolutely. And of course, with that being said, we're an hour and 45 minutes into this one, and we still have no clear-cut clue as to who is going to come out on top of this one. Jordan Ashburn has basically led this one since the drop of the green flag. Can he hang on to it all the way? Can he clinch the championship here at the Burr Oak? Stick around to find out. You are in tune with the Kanati Tires Burr Oak GNCC.
Brown's RV Superstore is family owned and operated and stake their reputation on offering you the finest RVs available in their McBee, South Carolina RV dealership. Brown's RV Superstore carries motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers, and toy haulers, and keep a huge inventory of new and used RVs in stock for you to choose from. They offer top dollar for your RV trade-in and help you get the RV financing you need. As a part of the GNCC family, Brown's RV Superstore, in partnership with Vengeance Toy Haulers, offers sponsorship packages for every level of racer with discounts and continued savings on your new toy hauler. Brown's RV Superstore has dedicated themselves to complete customer satisfaction, specializing in providing a positive start to your RV adventure. They look forward to customers coming back to share their tales from the road. Call Brown's RV Superstore today at 877-805-3658 or visit their website at brownsrvsuperstore.com, where family fun begins.
We all have our reasons to accomplish, to work hard. We share a common goal, to be the best. Keep fighting, put in the work, never take the easy way. Your drive and determination fuels our passion.
We are here to discuss the most popular item up here in Millfield, Ohio, because of the southeastern Ohio red clay, is Mudslinger. Now I'm going to tell you, mud up here sticks to your shoes and you feel like you got ankle weights on, and I'm going to tell you, it's bad. It's really bad. It's slick, all right? But with Mudslinger, when you apply it to everything on your ATV or your motorcycle except for your seats, hand grips, foot pegs, and brake calipers, and the reason is because you put them on there, you're not going to stop and you're going to come flying off the motorcycle or the ATV. Mudslinger, easy cleanup afterwards if any mud sticks to it, and I say if any mud sticks to it.
And welcome back to GNCC Live on RacerTV.com. Rodney Tomlin along with Johnny Gallagher and, of course, Mr. Mark Hyde himself in studio with us. Mikey Wayne's out and about, checking on the things going on in the pits. And interesting there, Mr. Huff, our AMSOIL distributor, really believing in that product, and there's no doubt about it, and really believing in what's going on right here. I believe we got ourselves a really good battle. About 3 of them nose to tail, 4 of them nose to tail right now.
Yeah, and that third place rider making some big strides. The 514 is Stu Baylor. We're talking about him sitting back there kind of in that 7th place spot, 6th place spot throughout the first, basically, over half of this race, 2/3 of this race, and now suddenly he's put in the push and he can see the leader. He is right there.
I see Ricky Russell, he's made it back to the rear wheel of Grant Baylor, so he's, whatever difficulty he had there a few laps ago, he's rectified that, and he's on a roll now.
Thad Duvall, the big loser in that particular exchange, was running in the 5 spot, now back in the 7 spot and a little bit of a ways behind Ricky Russell, who is in that 6th place spot now.
Well, definitely a great battle today. I mean, that's one thing we can say. There's been a lot of action. This one not spread out, and all the players are right there within striking distance of each other. I can't remember a time that I've seen 7 riders that were this close together at this juncture in the race, to be honest with you guys. I mean, everybody right now still has legitimate chances to win this race right now.
Absolutely. There's riders that are looking stronger than others at this point in the race, but the reality of it is every one of these guys is close enough that if they can have a good lap, if they can have a good section, they're in the lead, they're in the driver's seat.
The only thing that hasn't changed today is Jordan Ashburn. He got the start. He stayed on the point. You know, you were right earlier when you said, well, I said, he might want to let Ricky Russell by and see what Ricky's going, because it seemed like at the time Ricky was really wanting to go, but Jordan held him off, and now he's pulled away from Ricky, but got new company with Craig DeLong on his rear wheel. But Jordan has been rock solid at the small end of the spear today.
And in my opinion, I think that really shows confidence from Jordan to want to keep that point position, because as you pointed out, Mark, as a racer, as a strategist, it's clear that it's easier to follow someone else, but that shows that confidence of, hey, this might be the spot that, I have to choose lines, I have to set the pace, I have to manage my energy levels. But the reality of it is, you're also controlling the pace, and to want to be that is confidence, and that's a champion, and he's riding his way towards being there. Johnny Gerard's retaken the lead in that XC2 Pro Lights class, still hot on his heels. The 282 Am Pro Yamaha of Mike Wachowski, those two basically glued together the last 2 laps, well, last lap and a half, and not looking like they're going to cut each other a break anytime soon.
Looking back at yesterday's race, too, one thing that I note is the fact that, the racing was kind of tight yesterday as well. We didn't see a whole lot of breakaway stuff really going on. I mean, there was once you got past third place or something like that. But, I mean, initially there was a lot of tight racing going on. And I think that this track yesterday, especially for the ATVs, I think a lot of these guys were going at the same speeds. But yesterday boiled down to minimizing mistakes. Any mistake you made yesterday, you lost any amount of time, and you just couldn't make it up yesterday. I mean, you had to be right there. You had to stay right there.
And today from the beginning, I mean, it wasn't crazy, but I saw Jordan right off the start get a little bit aggressive to stay in that number 1 place, like 1-2 corners in. So that was interesting. Another thing, we've just found out it's going to be a 5-lap race, and that brings gas strategy into play. Because I remember when I was, wrenching for Rod, we got a big pile up here. Oh, Jordan
Ashburn is down.
With Josh Toth, wasn't that, Josh? They got into
Josh
the back
ends up being the big loser there. Goes from second to now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Second to fifth in that exchange, just because Ashburn went down and he tried to go around.
But look how much it wedged up. I mean, look, we got Ashburn, Stu
Baylor,
DeLong,
Craig DeLong, Ricky Russell,
and Josh Toth.
Wow.
Yeah, Josh goes from second to fifth in 1 turn.
Wow, and this is 2 hours into the race, guys. That's what is probably as astonishing as anything to me. Mile marker 13 right now. We still have 3 more miles till we get to the end of lap number 3. Baylor also dropping back quite a bit here in the last little bit.
But when we say dropping back quite a bit, he's still probably no more than 12 seconds off the lead. We're an hour and 54 minutes into this, and we'll see when they'll be checking into the finish line here, and if it stays as close as it is right now, I mean, I'd venture to guess we have 20 seconds or less separating the top 7 and 5 seconds or less separating the top 5.
Right, absolutely.
Right before that happened, I was talking about the gas. We just found out that it's a 5-lap race today, and something that I always used to do with Rodney Smith, and nobody ever else did it, but we love to do it, was if I was pitting today, I'd be gassing at the end of this lap. And the reason I would do that is that gives your rider an extra. If you wait till the last lap and give him a splash and go, he's got 1 lap to make something happen. So now if we come in and I gas now, we know we've got 2 laps, and the ideal scenario would be gas him and then tell him put the hammer down, ride as hard as you can, and if you can catch back up with that lead group, when they all have to pull in for gas, you just ride around them. And I don't know how many races we won with that strategy, and I'm just shocked that nobody ever caught on and does that today.
Well, let's talk about another strategy, because at the last race at the Mountaineer, Ricky Russell obviously having a botched pit stop, which we've talked about a number of times. Thad Duvall now has really floored it. He's actually caught up to the back end of that 5-rider duel or 5-rider battle for the lead. Now trying to make it a 6-rider battle for the lead. We saw Ricky Russell able to make it 2 hours on a tank of fuel at the Mountaineer, despite everyone, including myself, I shouldn't say I said it, and I think some others agree, well, there's no way he's going to make it. He's going to run out. They're going to have to splash him in the woods. The report back was, no, they didn't splash him. He made
that's illegal. You can't do that.
Well, if he runs out,
his pit can't.
No, anyone can. He can get gas from anywhere
I thought the
on the
pros
track.
had the gas in the pits.
They do, but if you run out, you can get gas from any available source. A gas station, another rider, your pit crew, whoever it may be. Oh, different lines here. Johnny Gerard leading, Wachowski up and around, taking a chance maybe he can make the pass. They come back together. Johnny actually stretches it out a couple bike lengths. So down the gut there is definitely the faster of the 2 lines. Not by much, but probably a bike length or 2. But that said, we're coming in. We're going to see possibly some pit stops here. But if someone were able and confident to say, because looking at these roughly 40-minute lap times, 39:27 for Ashburn the last time around, you know, does someone take the gamble and say, nope, we already topped off. I'm good. I can go 3 laps right at 2 hours, just shy of 2 hours. You know, maybe 1 hour, 57 minutes is what it would take to essentially go, not from right now, but from the previous lap when they fueled. So, it is possible. Plus, keep in mind, they fueled at the 3-mile marker.
Yep.
Because the pits are roughly right at about the 3-mile marker.
Like I said, if it was me, my rider would be coming in at the end of this lap. And another thing, by gassing them a little bit early, you don't take as much fuel, so your stop's not going to be as long. And then at the end of the race, the bike is lighter, too. So there's a lot of little hidden benefits.
A lot of science in that.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't know why nobody ever copied that strategy, because it worked for us.
There they are, your top 3, your top 4, and your top 5. And your oh, that's not that. He's not quite there yet. He was a little closer, I thought, in that last camera shot. But there again, there's your leader. Ricky Russell there, or no, sorry, this is actually the XC2 battle coming the other direction. That was Johnny Gerard and Mike Wachowski. There we jump back to the 13-mile marker. Jump ahead a couple miles, and the snarling pack of 5, soon to be 6, coming up the FMF PowerPoint, and Grant Baylor in 7th, not at all far behind. So,
no, he was only a couple seconds behind Thad in that last shot we saw. Stuff. So yeah, this is really going to be interesting because there's so much on the line for everybody, but the guy with the most on the line is Jordan Ashburn. If he can, stick to his guns and keep himself where he's at, and then we all know Stu. Stu is famous for his last lap charges, and I've seen Enduro too. The last sections, that guy there's just something about him. When he sees that white flag, he knows it's go time.
A lot of people question, myself included, Stu's methods sometimes on some of the stuff that he does. He's his own person. He doesn't apologize for it. I love that about him. I question if maybe his career path wouldn't have been slightly different if he would have been a little bit more conventional. That being said, at the end of the day, he's the one that reaps the benefits, the rewards and the difficulties. But one thing you can never question about Stu Baylor is his grit. I mean, this guy, we've seen him ride and win with injuries that would have sidelined other riders for months. We've seen him come back against doctor's orders too early. Is that the best thing to do? Maybe not, but it speaks volumes about his grit, his determination. He has that in gobs. Maybe he doesn't have the exact same structure that some of these other guys do. Obviously, his program works for him, but there is absolutely, in my mind, no questioning Stu Baylor's grit. Nope. So he's probably the last guy that any of these guys want to be battling 2 hours in, let alone add another lap to that. When they get the white flag, 2 hours and 40 minutes into this thing, man, that's going to be the tail of the tape right there. So that said, 2 hours 40 minutes plus another lap, looking like it's going to be a 3 hour and 20-minute race is what we're going to be looking at.
Now, when they came through the finish line, talk about consistency, Mr. Consistency, at 39:26.6 that time around. I mean, I think he's hovering right there in the 39:25, 26, 27 range. But here's something maybe a little more interesting at this point. 39:01 for Stu Baylor as he brings himself to within a second behind Ashburn as they came through the finish line. Craig DeLong back in that number 3 spot now at 39:28. A 39:05 for Ricky Russell. So he's made some gains out there, it looks like, there on that lap. Josh Toth a second behind Ricky Russell right now, 39:23 lap time on that. So these guys all coming together. Thad Duvall 4 seconds back on the 989 in the 6th place position. So, those last little sections really kind of tightened things up there and not only switched around, but got it really, really tight.
Yeah, and we saw that one section, Josh Toth went from 2nd to 5th. So, yeah. And so he had a quick lap even with that fall. And we talk about Stu, and you got to feel for Stu a little bit because, when Caleb Russell retired with 8 championships on his KTM, everybody thought Stu was going to be the next guy. Last year, he won more races than anybody, but Ben Kelly, Mr. Consistency, won when he had to, won the title. And Stu's thinking, okay, this has got to be my year. And then with injuries and everything, and Jordan, so he just got to be inside that helmet. He's like, I may not win the championship, but I'm going to show these guys I'm the fastest guy on the racetrack.
Johnny Gerard on screen with his shadow. Mike Wachowski, the 282 AM Pro Yamaha rider, going head-to-head with the Coastal Racing Gas #1 machine of Gerard. And I may have imagined it But when that 2-lap card came out, I saw Johnny Girard do a double take. And I think the reason is, we're doing the math here, or I'm doing the math here, 1 hour 59 minutes for the completion of 3 laps. It's going to be a 5-lap race, meaning they have an hour and 20 minutes left. Hour and 18 minutes left, meaning on paper, math, pace stays the same. We're looking at a 3 hour 17 plus race. Granted, folks, it's a 3-hour race. 3 hours 17 doesn't seem like much, but I think we'd have to dig, in my opinion, I could be wrong, I think we'd have to dig pretty deep through the history of GNCC to find a race that's gone 3:17, potentially 3:20. I'm sure it's happened, but that's the plus and minus of Mark's here remembering those old 4 and 5 hour Blackwater races.
I never finished a Blackwater under 5 hours.
Well, there you go. So.
And actually, this used to be the 100-miler series, so every race was 100 miles long. So if we finished in 3 hours 17 minutes, we get a half day off. No, these guys though, but they work so hard in this 3 hours. Like we talked earlier,
it's different.
The level of training and things that they do, there's no way we would have ridden this pace.
And to be fair, Mark, like the tracks are different, the pace is different, the racing's different. It was a more technical trail.
Yeah.
The machinery was not near the level that it is now. So it was really kind of we've talked about this before. It was almost playing chess for 2/3 of the race and then racing at the end is what it amounted to back then. Now it's they might as well have a starting gate and drop it for these guys because it's a 3-hour moto. It's a 180-minute moto, and today a 200-minute moto potentially. Yeah. So that extra 17 minutes does loom large. And it's funny, as a racer, I can't speak for any of these guys, but I don't look at the race clock when I'm racing. I never do. I don't care. I don't want to know. But your body and your brain knows when it wants to be done. Even when you're fit, if you're conditioned mentally and physically to go 3 hours, that extra 17 minutes, none of these guys are going to fall off their bike in the last 17 minutes, but it's in their brain, they're like, okay, my body's thinking, I'm going to see a white flag, and you see that 2-lap card, man, that could be a real shock to the system. Yeah. Off topic, but on that topic, Rodney, you'll know Corey Ellis, visiting, again, shameless Kanati plug, but came in for the weekend as this was the Kanati Tires GNCC this weekend here at the Burr Oak, came in and he said, hey, if I'm coming, I might as well race. Right. So Mark Notman prepped the bike for him. He went out and raced. He said we rode a little bit on Thursday just for him to get used to the bike. And I said went out. I kind of did 1 half speed lap. He was chasing me. Comes in. I said, okay, you ready to go now? He goes, ready to go. It was like a 10-minute lap, give or take. He said, I'm done. He said, that's it. That's all I need. I feel good with the bike. My shoulders are already starting to hurt a little bit. My hands are already starting to hurt. Now, mind you, he's in great shape. He's been doing a lot of physical training the last year or so. He's lost a bunch of weight. He's been racing in the Work Series. But he said, and I quote, he raced for the Factory Cannondale team in GNCC in the year 2001 or 2002, I think it was. He said, it took me 20 years to forget why I don't race GNCCs. He said, we went into the woods and it took me 4 turns to remember. The trees are too close together. The tracks are too rough. This was at our practice track. He came out back to that 2-lap board thing. Yesterday, remember, the morning went 5. There was a debate. Is it going to go 4? Is it going to go 5? When it went 5, he saw the 2-lap card, looked down at his hands and said, I'm done. I got to work this weekend. I just pulled it in and said, nope, not for this guy. So, and again, at this level, maybe not as much. None of these guys are going to pull off the track, but that can weigh heavy on you. I think a lot of these guys were expecting a 4-lap race, and they're getting 5.
Yep. And actually, the guys that I feel sorry for are the guys that don't get lapped. They come in at 3:20, and then the guy in front, he's out there for over 4 hours.
I looked yesterday, the longest ATV rider in the afternoon, 2 hours, 49 minutes. Logan Huff out of Utah is a Works Pro, top rider in Works, came out, ran XC2, and he was pumped he didn't get lapped, but at the same time, he was probably secretly wishing, Bryson and Walker would have got him there right at the finish because 2 hours and 49 minutes is a long time to be out there on an ATV.
That's when you need a really good pit crew to stop you and say, hey, give it 10 seconds.
I think at some level you just become too dumb and too tough for that. You just want to keep going even though you know you shouldn't.
Yeah, we've been there, done that.
I can make up so many positions.
Yep. Here we have Jordan. He's still hard. And Jordan has just been amazing today because to be on point with somebody on your rear wheel, he hasn't got away from anybody. No. He's had somebody like Stu Baylor close all day long. And and actually we have 7 guys within, what, 20 seconds? It's
we got
just
3
amazing.
in the same corner right now. Craig DeLong there lurking.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Somebody is coming in for the 2-lap gas. They listen. Jordan's listening to the broadcast. They all paid attention.
Yeah. Stu Baylor.
Craig DeLong, no pit. Is his semi right there?
Oh, no, his semi was back there. He rode by his semi. So, and again, if you're further back, then sometimes, you do gamble. Because now I can pass these guys, maybe I can get a breakaway, and then you do a last lap splash.
Yeah, but there's Craig there, and there's Jordan. I mean, there wasn't.
Yeah.
He gained track position, but he didn't gain much time at all. And you do know it's going to be a splash and go for Craig next lap, just like it was for these guys. Not a long, lengthy pit stop. I mean, look at this. There's second. There's Ashburn. There's third. There's Stu Baylor. Just out of camera shot is your leader, Craig DeLong. You can see his dust up there. There he is going between those 2 trees. Baylor second. Or I'm sorry, Ashburn second, Baylor third. Well, if we pan back just a little bit here, there we go. There's fourth.
Toth.
There's Toth. And I believe we had 5th in the shot as well. May have been a lapped rider, but
this is the first time Jordan hasn't won or been leading all day.
Right, absolutely. But you were talking about that strategy. A quick gas now, so that you didn't have to gas on the last lap.
Right.
Here's the flip side of that coin. How could that work out in this scenario where everybody else stops but Craig? So now he's out front. He's got a little bit of a gap. I would have to think. The idea here would be stretch that out as much as you can, and then when you come into the pits next time, try to have enough room so you can get pitted and back on the track still in the lead.
If I'm Craig, that's my goal right now. This is a sprint lap. I give it everything I got right now so I can build that gap. So like you said, get in, get out before they catch you. And that's a great strategy on Craig's part from where he was at. Every race you're at, you have your plan that you want to do. But when something like this comes up, if I was Toth and him, I would not have gassed that lap. I would have gone through. But, the leaders, absolutely 100% I would have gassed.
And the other thing, too, is, again, championship implications.
Yep.
Craig has to do something to shake Jordan. Jordan's been leading this race the whole way. He's been setting the pace. And it's not just, at this point, Craig's sprint isn't just for the race win. Craig's sprint is to try to break Jordan today to gain valuable points in that championship because he needs them. He's at a 56-point deficit right now with 2 rounds and 1 3/4 laps remaining. Got to make it happen, man. He's in, and what a way to do it. No, we'll gas next lap, guys. I'm going to go out there, throw in a heater, and see if and one thing I will say, Craig, if you listen to this, you can be upset with me if you want. Craig DeLong not known as a sprinter. So this really shows him going outside his comfort zone and saying, I'm going to make a move. I'm going to make this happen. I think we just saw Johnny Gerard go by there. And again, on the Mark Hyde, Rodney Smith strategy, Mike Wachowski coming in, getting the fuel, not wanting. And I agree with you there. It's tough to gas. There is Ashburn. So we're going to assume DeLong is ahead of him.
And another thing just with Craig, even if it doesn't pan out today, if it does pan out today and he wins this race, just think, Craig, he's still a pretty young kid. What's it do for his future? He could be now in Jordan Ashburn's shoes going into next year. Hey, I want to race. Now he has that confidence that he belongs up front with the rest of this crew. So, and
Thad Duvall now to the back wheel there, and also coming with him is Ricky Russell. So the 4 and 5 place position riders, or actually 5 and 6 place position riders, Grant Baylor is the only one who we did not see in that camera shot. Here is the Rabbit. He's sprinting, he's running, he's making dust, he's making tracks, and that might be the most aggressive I've ever seen Craig DeLong ride, and he's opening up a gap. That's a much bigger gap. When I say much bigger, a few seconds more than when we last saw him over Jordan Ashburn. Now Stu Baylor there in third.
And you talked about Craig not being a sprinter. At this point in the race, I don't think sprint is the right term. It's more just that grit. You got to have it. You got to want it. And Craig has a lot of that. I've seen him and his brother both. It comes from, he inherits that from the family. It comes honestly. And that's more what this lap is about. Just give it everything you got. Not so much fast, but be aggressive with lappers. Be aggressive in the John Penton section. And if you can put in a flawless lap, because all he needs is about 3 or 4 seconds. And he can get in and get out with the lead. And then, then he can control it from there. Then see what he's got left.
That would be after a white flag waving, meaning he would be on his way to potentially the ride the dreams are made of. Potentially his first GN. And what an impactful first GNCC win that would be for Craig DeLong, especially should Jordan Ashburn come second. Because it's, hey, if I wasn't the guy that got it done, Jordan Ashburn would have clinched the championship. But I took destiny and manifested my own destiny, took things into my own hands and said, nope, I'm going to win this race. I want to be in this championship fight for another round.
Yep. I mean, the odds are hugely in Jordan's favor that he's going to win this championship. But the fact that you're seeing this much fight out of Craig is really great to see, not just for Craig, but just for all racers in general, just to see, like, hey, these guys just aren't, putting in the laps. It really means something to them, and I love to see that in a racer. And
let me be clear, when I said Craig isn't known as a sprinter, today could be the day. He could really lay down a heater today and drop these guys 15, 20 seconds or more, and suddenly the conversation wouldn't be, Craig, he's consistent, he's a good rider, he's smooth, he doesn't tear stuff up, to, hey, remember that day at the Burr GNCC that he went out there and was just kind of sitting in third? He bypassed his pit, yanked him 35 seconds, came in, got fuel, and yanked him another 35 seconds on the last lap. I mean, that you can really make your mark with a statement ride like that.
It could be something as simple as, he just did 6 days, and 6 days is all about putting in just your best lap ever without a mistake. You got to be fast, but you got to be consistent. And so he could have learned a lot at 6 days, because that was his first 6 days he's ever been to. And he did an awesome job and had a great finish. And we see Johnny G coming in the picture, and does he gap Witkowski just a little bit?
We did see Witkowski stop. It was unclear whether or not. He's actually gotten around Grant Baylor. So Grant has definitely had an issue. He's dropped a good ways back there. We saw he was coming to the finish, and I don't know what he was when they actually checked in at the completion of lap number 3.
He was 7th at the end of lap number 3.
But the gap behind 6th was...
He wasn't far behind Duvall at that point.
He was only about 5 seconds behind Duvall. Duvall was about 4 seconds behind Josh Toth.
So something happened, transpired there between the finish and here at the 5-mile marker. He's lost upwards of a minute in that section of racetrack.
Yeah, and that could have been something in the pits. There was a lot of things going on in the pits right there a few moments ago when they were all in together. So we might have missed something with him.
And this gap has opened up quite a bit. We did see Witkowski in the pits getting fuel. Not clear as to whether or not Gerard pitted. I thought we might have seen him go by on screen there when Witkowski was pitting. Could have or could have not been him. Regardless,
can confirm Johnny Gerard did not pit that time around. Witkowski did, as you guys saw on screen.
So there, if it looked, the rider that I saw that looked like Gerard, if that was him, they were basically. Witkowski was in his pit. Gerard came by, made the pass. If that's the case, though, he's opened up a pretty. So we're getting word from our producer that the spotters out on the course are saying Johnny Gerard's bike making a horrendous pop. A verbatim is what they told us at the 5-mile marker. Maybe just an over-exuberant rev. We'll keep you guys in tune on that. Here's your third-place rider in the XC2 class, Liam Draper. Again, looks like he's quite a bit closer to Witkowski, so you got to wonder, is Witkowski had an issue somewhere between the pits at the 3 and the 5-mile marker because he's given up a good gap. Yes, he did stop for fuel, but that wasn't 7-8 seconds. That was more like 30-40 seconds that he was behind Gerard. So something transpiring there, and what's transpiring right here is a battle between the number 3 of Jordan Ashburn and the number 514 of Stu Baylor. They are going toe-to-toe right now. We believe still behind the 342 of Craig DeLong, who we think is still here out front in the John Penton section from our Yamaha Live drone.
The cool thing about having all these guys so tight today is that and the length of the track is we got to see a lot of pit strategy come into play, and it could work out different ways. And like I said, there's a certain strategy I always used, but then in a situation like that, if you were back 4th or 5th, take a gamble, go that lap, do what Craig DeLong's doing right now. Just throw it down there and see if they can answer and see if your strategy works out. So and again, I talk about him riding 6 days and some of these other races, and it's really neat because you can ride. Because over at 6 days, he gets to ride against people he's never seen before. And they have different techniques in grass track that you can pick up on and watch and learn. And so I think that's a great experience for riders to go outside your comfort zone and do stuff you don't normally do because you can always learn a lot. I know when I was a kid, my dad broke his leg. My mom said, "You're done racing." So I rode trials for a year and a half. And, Juha Salmon was a big trials rider. David Knight was a big trials rider. And it just teaches you so much throttle control and balance and bike skills. Anytime you can do something to learn on a motorcycle, it's just amazing what it can do for you. And, maybe that's what we're seeing from Craig today. Maybe that was an eye-opener, something that he needed, and it'll be interesting to see if he can hold this on and make his strategy work.
Well, one thing that we have seen somewhat consistently throughout this race is a lot of close battles. There is your 342 of Craig DeLong on screen, full sprint speed or full intensity, we can call it, and he has opened up that gap even further now over the number 3 of Jordan Ashburn. More than enough time for him to get fuel if he maintains this gap to the finish line. Probably the wild part there is we can see them, but they couldn't see each other there. The brush is a little too tall, I think, And now Ashburn has actually opened up a bit of a gap over the 5:14 of Stu Baylor there in the number 3 spot. There is Thad Duvall, the 9:89 in 4th. There is Toth in 5th and Ricky Russell in 6th. So your top 6 all here in this grass track section out in the John Penton. And what I was going to say there, the John Penton section, it did look like he probably got a
glimpse
view
of him
there.
right there.
Ashburn was able to see where DeLong is. DeLong could not see Ashburn because he was going away, but I do believe Ashburn got a glimpse of DeLong there. We've seen a shakeup in the Penton section just about every lap. We've seen passes. The running order's been changing with the exception of Jordan being at the front all the way until Craig made his move there in the pits. But the one thing that we have seen is the running order has dramatically changed between when we see them here and they go out of shot and they show back up at that slick hill climb. So we'll see if that happens again. That will be the 11-mile marker when we catch him next. So as we see on screen, Ashburn with the lapper in front of him coming down the hill and in pursuit of Craig DeLong. And that gap's got a little bit bigger over Stu Baylor, it looks like. Baylor there in the number 3 spot on the 5:14 Ampro Yamaha.
Yep. Yeah, but Craig, he opened up about 11 to 12 second lead. And if he keeps that to the pits, he will be able to get in and get out because that quick fill's they're just going to have a little bit in it, enough that they know they can get the finish like a half gallon or whatever, and boom, he'll be in and out really quick. So that'll be good. So Jordan, he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to win this one and wrap up the title, or wrap it up realistically, but not on paper.
I'll tell you, folks, we definitely got ourselves what I like to call a barn burner for sure. A little more than a lap of racing left to go and still a lot of unanswered questions. Riders ready to tip the scales in their favor and begin new paths, quite possibly. If the switches flip, we'll see what happens. Can Craig DeLong hang on to it? Will Jordan Ashburn make the gap back up? And can Stu Baylor do it one more time? Stick around to find out. You are in tune to the Kanati Tires Burr GNCC.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Kanati Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Kanati Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Kanati Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment, whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends. Professionals and enthusiasts depend on Kanati. Kanati Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
Amsoil runs on freedom and has since 1972. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
USMCA has been connecting riders to certified coaches since 2016. There are over 300 active certified coaches on motorcyclecoaching.org, and we recently launched our new mobile app, making it easy to connect with a coach and book your next training session. So here's what you do. Download the Motorcycle Coaching app, then search for coaches and upcoming classes. Once a training session is booked, riders have the option to pay for their class and even get a calendar reminder that will automatically sync to their phone. Get connected today.
Kanati Tires, a division of Greenball Corp, has been in the tire business for over 44 years. We're passionate about developing quality tires that perform great and bring extraordinary value to our customers. Whether you're looking for a tire that can handle your off-road adventures, need a reliable tire to take you from job site to job site, or simply want a tire with a beefier look that won't break the bank, then check out Kanati Tires.
Last season was my best season ever by far. I won a lot of races. I won a championship, and it was also my first year using ARMA. And one of the things I noticed was just my ability to string good days together. You know, like especially in the summertime in Florida where you're riding every day and the heat index is 108 degrees and you're doing 230s and going to the gym and bicycle and all that stuff. I think in the past I've been super inconsistent day to day. Yeah, I may have a good race here or a good day during the week there, but overall I think where I improved the most was my consistency in my recovery.
Even when you're the best, you never stop striving to be better. With over 40 years of experience in motorcycle sales and service, we know racing. Our inventory of Yamaha motorcycles, sport bikes, dirt bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides is extensive and constantly changing. Stop by LoJack Cycle Sales today in Tarentum, Pennsylvania, and visit our online inventory at www.lojacks.com. Yamaha YZs. It's why we ride.
How would you like to go to a school where we take into consideration how students learn best? Well, we do that because we find if we can build the curriculum around the things you are interested in, you're going to do a better job. The mission at On Track School is that educational success is possible while chasing your dreams. Not only will our staff help students to achieve success, they will cheer you on to the finish line. We encourage you to check out On Track School at ontrackschool.com, where we can help you chase your dreams and still get a quality education.
ontrackschool.com. Check it out.
And welcome back once again here to Millfield, Ohio for the Kanati Tires Burr Oaks GNCC. Rodney Tomlin along with Johnny Gallagher, Mark Hyde in studio, and of course Mikey Wayne's out and about getting the, keeping his thumb on the pulse of the bike.
He's at the snack table right now.
I'm trying to make him sound busy, man.
He needs snacks because he's been so busy. He's got to power up.
There you go. Long waits out there, too. Not only, are these long laps, but when you think about it, it's long times in between that they make their way into those areas. So, the mechanics, the ones that are stuck back of the truck, it's a little different atmosphere, I'm sure, over there today with longer laps.
Yeah, and that's another thing we haven't really talked about today is, I know they've got their pedal assist bicycles, they're getting here and there, but with a longer lap, you don't get as much information as a rider as you would under a normal length course. And to the mechanics, lessens their chance to help out and be ready for stuff because they're not seeing their riders as often as they normally would. And again, that lack of information. But Jordan, he kind of has known what to do all day because he's been in the lead. He's had somebody on his rear wheel like all day. But that just changed with that pit strategy from Craig DeLong. So it's going to be, the last lap's going to be really interesting as we saw Craig has pulled out to about 11, 12 second lead. If he can stay there, his crew will get him in and out before Jordan comes along, but that should put Jordan right on his rear wheel. And then Stu is right there. So it will be crazy racing here, I think, when this white flag comes out. And we can see the course is getting a little dustier in the woods, but nothing bad. I mean, it's really pretty awesome. And speaking of great racers from years gone by, we have just been joined in the booth by world champion ISDE rider Steve Hatch, was on the winning junior team in 1991, also a former national enduro champion. So, Steve, what are you seeing out there, and what do you think is going to happen here today?
Well, make sure I turn on my volume here. Out of breath, bicycling, running, jumping around out there, as you know, Marky and Rodney. Yeah, it's a cool track. Everybody I've talked to said it's their favorite track so far that they've been at, as you know, living close to here, Mark, that it's either usually muddy, ruts, and tough, or silty, dusty all the years that I raced it. People look like they're having fun, and I don't say it too often, and miss it that much, but I kind of wish I was riding today or racing. So pretty amazing.
I told everybody the John Penton section, I just wanted to do laps back there all day.
Yeah. You and I would just hang out back there, and we'd be like, all right, 4.5 miles is good enough, right?
Yep.
And skip the rest of the 12 or whatever.
Actually, now I'd probably one lap would probably be good. I'd be done.
I'd probably go for 2 just to see if I get better. But after that, I'd probably be like, you know what, we're retired for a reason, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but it looks good out there. It looks, that rain really did it good. Besides for the morning 10 a.m. race, of course, for the first lap or two, they were ice skating. But now it's amazing out there. It's traction. The silt's kind of mixed in. And it's ego dirt in spots. They're wheeling up, slippery hills, as you know.
Now, have you been tracking the leaders out there much? Have you seen what's going on with those guys today?
As you can see the sweat coming down my head. I've been trying to chase them on my e-bike. It's fast, but not that fast. It's a complete parade, so to speak. Everybody's still together. The top, 6, 7 are right together. Not a lot of difference in anything. They're just really together, I think so. I think this next lap and a half obviously is going to really determine who's been saving a little energy. I don't know if it's that taxing. It doesn't look that hard just because it's not muddy ruts or silty or hard to see. It looks like they're all look pretty rambunctious, and everybody wants to win, of course. So I think it's going to be a all-in-out brawl. That white flag is going to see red and rage in all those guys' eyes.
So do you think there'll be some mental fatigue going on here? Do you think that these guys are so close together that the adrenaline and the thought of the possibility of a win might even fight off the mental fatigue here at the bitter end here?
Absolutely. Yeah, that'll come into play because it's like anything. If you're in 15th, you lose a lot of energy, even though you might still have some. And then after that, like when all 7, 8 of them are right together, they're all fighting for it. I mean, I just told my daughter who's here pedaling around with me that, it could be, 1st to 7th is anybody's game. The best with the lappers, best with the mental, best with the toughness, and best picking, great lines. It's really going to come down to that. One lap race, basically. I mean, they've put 3 hours in, but it's still going to be right there. It's whoever makes less mistakes goes the fastest, and I think it's going to really be a tough race for everybody in a good way. They're going to sprint this last lap, I have a feeling.
Yep. Steve, this race, we've been looking at the clock. Most GNCCs, 2:45, 3 hours. This one looks like it's going to be around 3:20. Do you think that favors anybody, or what's any thought process? These guys wearing down, or is it just they just go to the checkered?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think even though we all know about 3 hours in our body and mind after doing it for so many years, they all know that, but I don't think they all really, it's not like they're really calculating, it's 3 hours and 20 minutes. So, you think it's going to be about 3 hours. I think,
as we see Jordan Ashburn come through, I hate to interrupt you there.
No.
But we're watching because we had some different pit strategies there where Jordan gassed the last lap, Craig didn't, but Craig's gapped him a little bit. He's up to about 12, 14-second lead. So if things play out, he'll get gas and get gone just as Jordan's coming in. Yep. So we got some really cool pit strategies going on here, and Thad Duvall's picking it up at the end.
Oh, yeah. He's up to third now.
So Craig has actually been able to maintain that gap and actually build it a little bit from when they left the barrels, and Stu's dropped back a little bit here. So, and Craig's never won a race, so what do you think's going through his mind?
I think Mikey Waynes might have an update.
Real quick update for you out of the XC2 class. Mike Wachowski, the 282 Ampro Yamaha, just pulled into the pits, parked the bike. The bike is sitting up against a toolbox, and Mike is MIA right now, so going to think he is probably out for the duration of the race. We can find out some more. We'll let you guys know.
Wow, what a turn of events there. I mean, Mike was so on it. I mean, in such a battle there, you really have to wonder what happened there. For Mike to be out of it. Hopefully nothing physical for him. Hopefully just frustration. He's just getting away from the scene for a few moments. But, man, that's always leaves a lot of questions like that.
Yeah, he looked great out there on the track, running around and pedaling around, watching him. He looked like it was his day. You can tell when Mike is on, and he looked like he was on.
Yep. Yeah, and as we've talked about, too, with the championship, there's a lot of championship implications today. If Jordan wins today, on paper, Ben Kelly could still win the title, but be in contention. But that's really not. He needs to put 5 points on Craig DeLong today to wrap it up. And it's cool to see Craig, taking it to him. Because if he wins it, he'll carry it on next week. And as you know more than anybody, it's never over till it's over.
You're right, Marky. We've been through a lot of the championship scenarios back in the Suzuki days and everything else. And I heard you and Rodney talking earlier about that scenario. yeah, it's not over till it's over. And the guy that's up and back against the wall, you have a tenacity and relentless pursuit that mentally and physically, like, this is it, right? It's over. We think there's, whatever, 2 races left after this. Not for Craig DeLong, right? So he's all in. This last lap's everything. And, checkers or records, he's got to pin it, and he's got to make it happen if he's going to do it, or else it's pretty much over, like you said, unless, Ben came back. But I think he's,
yeah,
like you said,
he's not coming back. So everything we've heard, stranger things have happened. But, and put yourself in Jordan Ashburn's shoes for a minute. He's in second. If he gets second today, it's not the end of the world. Then he's got to finish 18th at the next round. So if you're really not feeling it, do you just kind of cruise it home, get second, third today, or are you still going to push?
Me personally, and this might be.
I know what you're going to do.
Right. This might have been my demise half of my career. With it's all or nothing, right? Where this isn't a parade, this is a race. So I would go for it personally. I mean, he's such a smooth rider and a great guy, and I really like to see Jordan. It's been such a staple of this GNCC racing for so many years. I'd like to see him. I'm sure he would like to get it over with, because he can get a little more sleep for 2 weeks.
His mechanic would really like to see him get it over with. I'll tell you from that side.
Yeah, I know you know. So I think he's going to push like crazy. They both are. Nobody's going to give an inch, especially Craig and Jordan this last lap, in my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, we've got Craig come on. He's giving a quick look over his shoulder. Because he's kind of been in this course, he's double take there.
Yeah,
he probably looked expecting to see somebody there.
Yeah.
And now he doesn't. So, but they're coming fast and hard here. So,
there's
actually,
10 seconds.
There he is.
I think Jordan's made up a couple seconds. So, with that double look, to me, that makes me think that Craig had an issue somewhere along, maybe a little tip over, maybe caught lap, and Stu's dropped back to fourth. We're hearing on our headsets here. So
I think I got about 13 seconds or so that separate Jordan Ashburn from Craig DeLong. There's
Thad Duvall.
Yeah.
Thad's really picked it up here these last couple laps. So he's a guy we haven't talked a whole lot about, even though he's won this race a bunch of times over the years, and it's a hometown race basically for him. So does he have enough in the tank? And Stu's right there, and
Josh.
He's being tossed by Josh. Actually, this section early, Steve, right back there, Josh and Ashburn came together, and Josh went from second to fifth, and he didn't even barely tip over. They were so tight. It was just crazy how tight they were in this section and stuff. So
dang it. Yep, that's how close it is today in the racing. You sneeze or one lapper wrong, or and as you know, Mark, growing up here, and it's a it's technical. I mean, where you're on the track, it's easy, but more than one guy I talked to today, and I've been there myself, I'm sure you have, growing up here in Ohio, in those ravines, pretty easy. You go sideways and hit one kicker or one rock or tree root wrong, you're off in those ravines, and you need a tow truck to get out of there, and about 10 strong guys.
Yep. Because we just, that last shot we saw, actually, man, he's down about 10 seconds.
Yeah, he's gained some time.
Because we didn't get to see him. This is where they kind of come out of the John Penton section. So you wonder if Craig had an issue, because it's so tight in there. He could have got behind a lapper, or somebody could have been hung up on a hill. He had to take a bad line. You never know. But that double take made me wonder, And there's Thad again. Thad looks like he's pushing pretty hard. You'd think he'd be in pretty decent shape now. I know he was injured early in the year, but now he's, I think, back on track and rolling. And he's a guy that wants to finish the year strong. We talked about that too. A lot of guys, we only have a couple guys that are in the championship, but everybody else has stuff that they're working on, contracts, want to end the season on a strong note, maybe developing a new bike like Josh Toth is on the 23 KTM, testing some new things so they're ahead of the game for next year. Ricky Russell, he won his second GNCC this year. So from your standpoint, you had some situations like that. Is that, you think about that while you're riding, or are you just twisting her back?
Yeah, I mean, you always hate to have that sour taste in your mouth going into the off season that you didn't perform to your peak, for sure. Yeah, and I know all those guys, and working with Josh this year, I think one of the things is they want to have strong results on a few reasons, and one is confidence. Two is going in the off season, you're stoked instead of angry, and then the third reason is really, what do I need to do to be a top dude? And that's, it's like the old saying, hero to zero, zero to hero, give it a race, and we all forget that, but we're all racer mentality. I remember Denise, my wife, saying, man, you're kind of grumpy pants when you weren't winning or doing your best you could for a week or two till the next race. But that, I say, show me a happy loser, I'll show you a loser,
Yeah.
So I think it's like you have to have that little bit of spite and fighting.
Mikey Wayne's with another report.
Hey guys, wanted to update you another one here from, boy, when it rains, it pours. Another one from the Ampro Yamaha pits here. They've actually got a full wheel rim tire out for Stu Baylor. Going to be coming in, getting a front wheel change. That's about all we know right now, but they're standing by, ready for him to roll in and make that change as fast as possible to get him back out there. So we'll keep you guys updated, and I'm sure our man Dylan on the bolt will have the shot for you.
Yeah, we were wondering, Stu has dropped back here a little bit, and we just saw Johnny G go through. He's really stretched out his lead in the XC2 class. He had Grant Baylor right on his rear wheel.
Biggest gaps that we've had all day long, and we're at the 2.5 hour mark. It took 2.5 hours, but we finally start to see some separation in these guys out here.
And I think to add, wasn't it this race last year that Stu won with a no rear brake? I think he was just a front brake, right? So
yeah.
I think, the front wheel is obviously way worse to have an issue because 80% of your stopping power is your front brake. So he won't be nearly as fast. But yeah, that's a bummer because it's fun to see them all in there, and especially Stu's not afraid to rub some elbows. So I think it's a bummer, and I have to make that stop.
Yep. I just saw the leaders go through there, and I missed Jordan Ashburn. I saw Craig go through, and I saw
Josh.
Well, and Thad Duvall go through, but in between them, I saw one lapped rider. So maybe I missed Jordan, or Jordan got around Craig.
White flag out.
But we'll find out here when they come through the barrels. But see, there's Craig, still looking back. Wonder he's probably looked at that white flag. Shouldn't that have been a checkered by now? Especially being your first race, that checkered flag cannot come soon enough. There's Jordan, so I did miss him. So he has closed the gap up a little bit.
2 hours and 35 minutes, basically elapsing in this race so far. So we add another 40 onto that, and that's where we're going to be likely with the conclusion of this. 39.26 with the leader for Jordan Ashburn last time around. Just to give you an idea, Craig DeLong turned to 39.28 on lap number 3. It'll be interesting to see what this lap 4 lap time is like for either of these riders as they make their way through and into this final lap, guys. This, again, we've been so tight all day. I'm a little shocked that it took 2.5 hours to see this kind of separation, but now I'm missing that tightness that we were seeing there in the beginning.
Well, it depends on what happens with the gas stop coming up, because it'll be interesting, too, to see if Thad gassed the last stop. We didn't catch him. So we know Craig has to gas, and we know that Jordan's not. And if Thad gassed and he didn't have to gas, because he was only about 10 seconds behind Jordan Ashburn. So we could still have a 3-rider freight train coming into this finish line. 1 lap to go.
And I think the other thing that you used to teach me, Mark, was the easiest pass to make is when the other guy's in the pits. So, that's a big deal. And I know with Suzuki we try to, back-to-back the gas, or we go 2 to the finish, different things. That's a different strategy, but it's smart.
Wow. Just a note. Remember, let me double check this, but I think we were didn't I say 39 minutes for those guys last lap around? These guys have actually picked up the pace a full minute on that last lap around. Craig DeLong drops to a 38.28. That's almost a full minute faster on that lap. A 38.42, so another 45 seconds or so, 50 seconds faster for Jordan Ashburn that last time around. And now in the number 3 spot, Thad Duvall has checked in with a 38.57, so he is the sub 39 minutes as well. So these 3 riders have really clicked it up a gear here with in lap number 4 and lap number 5. Wow, okay. I said barn burner a few minutes ago. I think that's what we're about ready to get.
Yep. And it's neat because we're in a little bit of uncharted territory with Craig DeLong, because he's never won a GNCC before. He's an XC2 champion. And when we were talking about the gas strategy earlier, Steve, we talked about that a lot. And I think Craig made a good call not gassing, because he was back away, so it got him into the lead. Yep. And that was theory. If you get in the lead, drop the hammer, see if you can keep it, so now he can gas and go. Yep. But, like I said, with Rodney and I all day, we'd always do back-to-back, and that way he has 2 laps to work it out, or 3 laps, whatever the case may be. And so we'll see if that's the right strategy. We'll see how it plays out. But I think they both did the right thing considering the position they were in going into gas.
Gaps right now as they wrap up lap number 4. 10 seconds between DeLong and Ashburn. Another 27 seconds, call it, at 26.9 to Thad Duvall in the number 3 spot. Another 22.7 back to Stu Baylor, who is in 4th, and Josh Toth just 1.5 seconds behind Baylor when they came through.
And from the pit report we got, it looks like Baylor's going to be getting a wheel, so he'll be in for at least 15-20 seconds.
For a wheel? How fast are you doing your wheels?
That's what I was thinking.
I did mine in 12. I think they got Randy Hawkins there. Randy runs a tight ship.
Yeah, that's true. This is,
wow. If Dale was there.
Yeah, if Dale was there, it'd be like 9 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. They got their NASCAR guns. They're ready.
Yeah. If I was changing, it'd be like 25, 30 minutes. They'd be like, you might as well just skip the last lap.
That's why you wrote
15 seconds, and I looked over at Steve's face, and he was like, and he just looked at Mark like, what?
They should have everything. They should have the wheel. They should have a spare axle. They should have a gun for every size bolt.
Everybody should have a job to do whenever it comes in. Yeah,
exactly.
I hope they film it because I'd like to see that. If they're under 30.
He's got some high expectations.
I know,
no wonder
like
KTM wins so many championships, right?
Yeah, he's relentless for sure. I like it. I think too, to add, those 3 guys that are, Craig's got it, like you said, on the points. He's got a mission, and he hasn't won before, but I think he's due. Obviously, Jordan's, could win the championship today. And Thad Duvall, being a local, he's got the energy of the crowd. So we all know that's a huge deal. So I think all 3 of them might come across, like you said, pretty darn close. I mean, wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it makes for great spectating, and it's really going to be the extra time, that extra 20 minutes that we're going to be out on the race course today. I know those guys train really hard. Thad would be the one that you would question a little bit because of his injury, how much training has he been able to do. But, Thad's such a talented rider. And again, the crowd on his side, that adds a lot of training in your back pocket right there.
Yeah, and I think it depends on your style, right? And you all said that. And, my style back in the day was pretty aggressive, to say the least. So that was a lot more energy than a smoother guy like Josh Toth or, Thad. Jordan even super smooth. I mean, they're all smooth now. Yeah. And the 4-stroke smoothed them out, and so that's my excuse. But, yeah, I definitely felt like if I wasn't sideways or wheeling, it wasn't that much fun. So,
you got to use every inch of your throttle cable. I will give you that.
I think I heard somebody say Carmichael they would replace the throttle cable every moto race because he'd stretch it so much, which wouldn't surprise me. So
yeah, you're in that same category. Stuff.
Well, I figured if it would go that far, you'd just try a little more down the straightaways, right? So you can get the extra half a mile an hour.
Interestingly, guys, as I check in with the XC2 250 Pro Class, Jonathan Girard, the only rider checking in. There it is. Liam Draper checking in now. He turned a 40-minute, 32-second lap time to a 39:31 for Girard. 2 minutes, 15 seconds now is the separation between first and second after Mike Witkowski's out.
Yeah, because we had a great battle there in the XC2 class for a long time today. And now, like I said, the racetrack is taking its toll on the guys. And we're going to have some excitement coming up here real soon because they are on the backside of the pit area here. They're going to roll around this ridge and roll down into the pits, and that's where we'll see gas for Craig DeLong. And Jordan Ashburn's going to just be grabbing gears, and Stu Baylor's looking for a 12-second wheel change.
Well, real quick, just a quick update on the 250 class. As we said, Johnny G there in first, Liam Draper in second. Jonathan Johnson now moving up into the number 3 spot on the beta. Remember, Johnny Gallagher, our Johnny G in studio, talking about his advancements and how strong he was riding earlier. Rui Barbosa up from 7th now into a 4th place position.
Kind of looked like to me, didn't it, to you guys? He was looking at his rear brake or left side rear wheel to his mechanic, so I don't know what that means, but hopefully it's
We're going to find out because there's Jordan. Jordan's made up a lot of time.
Oh, yeah.
He's
yeah, that gap is shrinking quite a bit.
Wrong. I don't think he has rear brakes maybe or something. He keeps looking back like you said. You guys have been saying.
Yeah, we're going to watch him see what happens here.
He's not stopping.
He did not stop for fuel.
Wow.
And we know he definitely didn't. Is he going to try to go 3 laps on 1 tank?
He's going to have to, right?
Yeah.
Well, at this point.
Unless he redoes that section somehow.
Yeah, but Jordan Ashburn has definitely closed up on him. And, this is something we talked about earlier too, Steve, like lapped riders coming into it, like in the John Penn section. I know in the day when I used to see a lapped rider, like I'd do everything in my power to get by him right before you went in. And I'm sure Craig's going to look for a lot of that action here this lap. But Jordan, the way he's reel him in, nice steady reel in. It's nothing major. So now that he can see him up there, I know from a racer, Steve, what does that do for your confidence level if you're Jordan Ashburn right now?
Oh, yeah. It just gave him like 70% more energy when he sees that he can see the dust of the leader, right?
Yeah.
So he's definitely in the right seat, if you will. And I still, Craig doesn't usually look back very much. I mean, I know he's leading and could win,
yeah.
but I still think something maybe is a little off with his rear wheel or something. That's what we teach racing 101, right? You've already been there, so don't look in the mirror, don't look back. You need both eyes forward, because you could easily hit one of these holes or hit something or slip or slide on a rock or root and go down because you're not 100% focused. So that mindset of being present. Yep.
Yeah,
so
there's Thad Duvall.
Thad. So he's about 25, 30.
Yeah, he's in the hunt, and then too, if we get to the front and those two guys get a little cat and mouse game. Oh, here goes, put the stopwatch on.
2001, 2002, 2003.
Oh, they've already talked about it way too much.
2006, 2007.
I don't think it's going to be a speedy wheel change.
Yeah.
I don't think they're changing anything from the looks of things here. He's done.
Darn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, give you the play-by-play. Stu jumped off the bike. He said, that's it. I'm done. There ain't no way I'm going to be able to go back out there. So we'll see if we can get a word in with Stu. He's usually pretty friendly in these situations. So I'll holler at him, let him get him cooled off, and get you guys an interview.
Wow, that jersey torn, oftentimes, reflective of basically either a get off or a brush up against a tree or something like that. And it's not often that you hear Stu Baylor say, I'm done like that. Normally, he wasn't completely out of the hunt, and he could have had a point to prove to himself, but something different going on. Mikey?
All right, hey guys, down here, what's going on? What's the deal? Heard Stu come in, said not going back out there, not going to happen.
Yeah, so he looked like he tacoed his wheel. He said he's not sure what he hit, but at this point for Stu, he says it's more risk than reward for him. He says about a minute off the podium as it is, and after this happens, he'd be 2 minutes off. He said more risk than reward for him, and he's not in the points, so he's going to set it out.
All right, fair enough.
That kind of makes it does make a lot of sense when you especially reflect just on this season alone that Stu Baylor has had. I mean, from round 1 to round 5, from breaking his neck to breaking his face and everything else that has taken place in this season for him. Good choice.
Yep. And two, he's third in points in the National Enduro Series, and they've got a race next weekend in Indiana, and he's not out of that championship, so it's probably the smart move today. And we talked about with Thad being about 20 seconds back. If Craig and Jordan get up there playing a little cat and mouse, they could let Thad, sneak back into the hunt of the front for a win. So we still got a lot of ground to cover here. 16 miles of racing. Well, now we're down to about 12 miles of racing left with all the stuff. And here goes Craig. He's got somebody gave him a water bottle along the way, so he's getting a little hydration. So we'll see. And Jordan's right there.
Yeah.
I'm still in awe that he hasn't stopped, and I have to, well, it's hard to question these guys though and their mathematics. I mean, that if there's one thing to be said about these off-road guys, you off-road guys and mechanics, that's one thing that you do calculate a lot, is the amount of fuel that is being consumed during that race, how much is being used, and you seem to hit it pretty good. So it may be a risk, it may be a gamble, and it may not. He may have a lot more left in the tank, literally, whenever it's all said and done than what we realize he may.
Well, Anthony, the Husqvarna race team manager, he used to be Kirk Pacelli's mechanic.
Okay.
And if you remember at Southwick when Ryan Dungey crashed and his gas cap came off and Anthony gassed Dungey up mid-moto, if you're going to believe in somebody, Anthony's your guy. He knows a lot about off-road racing, and that's why he's in the position he's in. So I'm sure this wasn't a gamble at all. And we talked about this earlier. I always kept great notes so you could go back to them. So they could have raced this race last year. They know they used this much fuel in this many laps, so it's probably not much of a gamble at all, I'm guessing.
Well, that's not as exciting as we were hoping for. I, on the flip side, as you remember, Marky, would use like 1.5 gallons, 2 gallons the first hour and a half, and then I'd use the whole rest of the tank, like 3 gallons, and run out with like a mile to go a few times. So, but 2 strokes are way night and day different than these 4 strokes, and fuel injection is so much better. I agree with you. It's and you can cruise these without being wide open like the old two-strokes and go really fast. I mean, they're mostly cruising them. I mean, they're going fast, don't get me wrong, but it's not like they're on the rev limiter like we were on the two-strokes.
Yeah, Steve, I wouldn't gamble sending you more than a lap at this long a track. You've been gassing every lap. I know how your style was
I might have stopped for twice a lap just to make sure, because that's the worst time. I never ran out of gas when I was in like 5th or 10th. It was always when I was leading, you know. It's never like a bad day. It was like best day, and then, oh, man.
And like you said, riders know what they're doing in a situation like this, so Craig knows he's got to go 3 laps, so he might be a little short, you know, but you can't do too much because Jordan's right there.
Yeah,
but,
especially now, and that might be part of what's going on there. He might have went into fuel conservation mode, and that might have been what was able to help Jordan bridge that gap. I mean, it's 10 seconds, but still, you know, it's a lot less than what it was.
Yeah. And like I said, Anthony and his mechanic, they know Craig, they know his riding style. So, like I said, they've calculated all this out, and they might have just like, of course, too, you know, it's like, hey, we really have nothing to lose at this point. If we don't win the race, we're out of the championship.
Or it might be, I forgot to carry the 1 at the end of the race.
3rd grade math. Damn it, I shouldn't have been daydreaming.
Yeah, one was calculating liters, the other one was calculating gallons. Oops. Oh, there's Grant Baylor.
Yeah.
Grant's rode a strong race today. He's still been riding really good. And again, you know, we talk about what's on the line, and Grant has won the last 2 enduros that we talked about. He's leading that series, so I'm sure at this point in the race he's not in contention to win, so he wants his win next weekend in Indiana. So but he's had a strong ride all day.
Yeah,
he's been riding really well.
He's looked great.
Yep.
I think too, just going back to Craig and Jordan, they're like, in my opinion, 1 lapper apart. So 1 bad lapper for Craig will slow him down that 2 to 5 seconds, and then it's a free-for-all. When the guy's on your rear fender, then, as we all know, you split to go left to a lapper. Lapper goes left also. You're in a heap, or he pinches you off even if you don't go down. The other guy just bombs by and goes, that was the best pass I made all day. Thank you. To the lapper.
Well, we saw with Josh Toth earlier, I mean, he really didn't even tip over. He just kind of got hung up, got offline, and had to struggle a little bit to get going again. He went from 2nd to 5th. And he, you know, it was a spot, too. It looked like a little aggressive where he's trying, not enough room, but maybe, you know, Jordan bobbled just enough. He thought he had that chance. We've all been there, done that.
Yep.
Stuff. And here we are back with the group.
Is that 1, 2 right there? Both or no? That's Jordan.
Yep, we got 1, 2. So Jordan is slowly whittling it down. And like you said, Steve, when you get to where you can see the guy in front of you because you know you've caught him, you know you have more speed.
Yep. And especially going into the Penton section, that's so slow and technical. A lapper in there is way big problem compared to out in the field or easy open trees that are open where the guy can get out of the way.
Yep.
He just slips by mistake.
But I would really want to be in the lead going into the John Penton section.
Definitely.
Because you got first option at all the choices.
Yep.
Sometimes, like I said, it doesn't pan out, but if I'm where I want to be leading. I want to have all those decisions on my shoulder. I don't want somebody else deciding my race. I want to make all those decisions myself. And it's funny because the best part of we see of the John Penton section is this grass track on this power line. It's actually fairly steep. It's really cool. Earlier in the day, we had 6 riders in this one shot. It was for most of the day. But as tough and gnarly as the John Penton section is, this is the one we get for video. But, there's an uphill in there, Steve, that just was pretty technical.
The first one, and they jump up over it.
They go up, and then it's a second step up. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
that
pretty
really
wild.
Cool.
And then some of the downhills, it's like you go down, and at the bottom, you don't get a run out at all, just instant turn. And then the one rock garden in there is, if you come up on the wrong rider, if your timing's wrong there,
you're done.
You could
stop.
lose 10 seconds in a heartbeat.
Yep.
But the nice thing at this point in the race, a lot of the guys you're catching right now, they are more than happy to pull out of the way and give you all the room you need. They're not in a big hurry.
Absolutely. Yeah, I remember last year I did ride it on the e-bike, and I was like, that is technical. That's old enduro cool stuff, and not
we
easy.
got 1, 2 right here.
Wow, here they are, like we thought.
Oh,
here we got a championship.
Yep, this is everything on the line right here and stuff. And
got to be inspiration for Jordan Ashburn right now. He's the one that's got to be feeling good right now as far as this exchange is concerned.
Yep, yes, and stuff. And it'll be interesting. We've got a couple lap riders and everything. Oh, the one guy, he pulled out. He's like, he doesn't want any part of this. And that's awesome that these guys do that, that they're that aware, that they know what's going on. and stuff to make that happen. Again, this guy, and that's awesome that they're paying attention like that and stuff.
And we're getting split.
He got out of the way. See, I was wondering if he was going to drop in that rut there and get in Jordan's way, but he didn't. It looks like they got a nice clear track in front of them because that's oh no, there's a guy right there. But yeah, because when they get to the bottom of the hill and they turn in there, that's when the fun starts.
So what kind of angle, what are we looking at as far as the pitch on this hill? Is this like a...
It's a pretty steep hill right there. It's both steep up and going down.
Looks yeah, I was going to say it looks steep whenever they're coming down, and it does look steep going up, but you can tell the steepness more so going down.
The nice thing, there was a lot of grass on that when we started, and with the rain we had, it's mixed in, and that soil, because we only ride there basically once or twice a year, so it stays really nice and fresh, so there's a lot of good dirt there. And with that rain we had, I mean, that's probably the best traction they have on the whole track right there.
Guys, we are 2 hours, 55 minutes or so into this race, which puts us about 20 minutes out from a checker flag at this particular point. So right around 2:15, and we'll probably be right at that 2:17 mark we had originally had anticipated. Actually, these guys have picked up the pace a little bit since then, so that 2:15 mark does make quite a bit of sense as we watch this one unfold. Going into the great unknown, the 3:15, as we go into this great unknown, we can do nothing but just kind of wait, maybe hope for an update from a spotter in the woods out there right now. But man, pins and needles, so many people are on them right now wondering what's going to happen when these guys come out of the woods.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, this is why we race and do what we do. And poor Craig DeLong, a normal GNCC, he'd have won this thing by now. It had been over. And then Jordan Ashburn, he's probably, I'm glad it's a long lap, because he has worked really hard to get back on the rear wheel of Craig. So, whoever wins this one really deserves it, because it's been great battles all day, great racetrack, and, like I said, I think the two guys out front right now are digging deep and really want this win.
And I think to add in here, guys, I think when you're with everybody, even though you'd love to win by 5 minutes and not see anybody, it's really fun. Like, everybody's energized, and, it's like you had a good time. It's like going riding with your buddies.
Absolutely.
Maybe not too much buddies at the moment.
Well, they used to be your buddies.
Not anymore, right?
Yeah. Maybe someday down the line they'll be your buddy again.
Yeah. Like we used to say, right? Nope, that guy didn't send me any Christmas cards, so we're not best of friends yet. But yeah, once you retire, you get a little more friendly. But it's good.
Well, these guys, I'm sure, are a little ways from retirement, so there won't be much Christmas card exchanging going on after this day, especially, I think, because, like we said, both of these guys want this so bad. Craig needs it likely more than than Jordan does, so he doesn't really have to push the envelope. But the one thing that I've noticed about Jordan today, over all the other races I've ever seen him, he seems to be more aggressive. Again, I say collectively, and he's doing it under complete control, but this is more aggressive riding style out of Jordan than I recognized ever, honestly.
Yeah, I saw it the first two turns of the race. Just right off the start, he kind of leaned on one rider, and I didn't see that out of him in the past. I mean, he was, this is my championship. I want to be in the front. I want to control this thing. You're not taking away from me. So, yeah.
And those are the kind of things that make the difference, too.
Yep. Because he got out, he had a clear track, and he was able to control the pace, ride his race. And Steve, you know better than anybody, what it's like to be in that position.
Yeah, it makes all the difference. I heard you both talking earlier today in the first hour, going by a PA system, and that confidence, once you get the points lead and once you go, and I know Ben Kelly unfortunately is hurt, but you start to believe even more. So like your razor sharp edge of racing, it's not a questioning who's going to show up, it's a knowing. And even if you ride terrible, the top pros at the top of their game, it's only 1% to 3% difference. When you're a semi-decent pro, it might be 10-20% difference with a lot of pros, as far as like I was on my A game battling for the win, or I was on my B game and that was 10th to 15th place. Especially the XC2 class is gnarly, right? Like that's one of the hardest classes with really good talent, really deep also.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's like you just keep fighting, but yeah, it gives you so much energy that once you're winning, and having that points lead like Jordan has, and I think he's would love to make a statement, right? Like he wants to win out and be number one for all the right reasons, obviously. And you got to be, not injured and everything else. That's part of the game, but that's such a fine line. It's to go that fast. And I say it all the time. Everybody's like, oh, I can't believe, a lot of the pros, which has been a bummer this year, get hurt. But I'm like, at that speed, when you're, and I was in the C class like all of us, I'm going 15 miles an hour, through a section. When you're in the pro class trying to win, you're doing 45 miles an hour through that same section past the trees. You know what I mean? So when you crash, it hurts or something breaks, the bike or the body. So it's that commitment level, like you see in X Games or anything else, the evolution of the sport. So it's amazing.
Yeah. And talking about the 250 pros there a moment ago, especially, I jumped in and started looking to see how things are shaping up for that particular class as far as the top 10. Johnny G, Liam Draper in second, 2:15. We talked about that. Jonathan Johnson now third on the beta. We'd mentioned that. He's 56 seconds back. 5 seconds behind him. Rui Barbosa making some gains. His teammate, Cody Barnes, on that other Phoenix Racing Honda in the 5th place position. Evan Smith, the teammate to, I believe, Johnson there, running back in the number 6 spot. Angus Riordan in the number 7 spot. Benjamin Herrera 8th. Simon Johnson in 9th. Jesse Ansley rounding out the top 10 in the XC2 250 Pro.
Yep. Yeah, it's been some great battles all year in all the different classes. The XC2, with injuries and, guys stepping up there, that's been a very interesting class. And it's funny because the XC2 always provides you with some great racing because you're still learning your racecraft and other things, and you're doing this, you're doing that, so it can get pretty scattered.
Well, I tell you, you can tell it's a good stepping stone, and if you use it as the right kind of tool, and proof in the pudding is the fact that we're looking at a rookie in this XC1 class in Craig DeLong, and we've seen how he's battled for championships and been a contender in that class and what it's done for him. And here in his rookie season, here he is in a possibility, though it be slim, in a possibility for a championship. And there's not many rookies that can actually claim that.
Right, yeah. Yeah, this series, and the neat thing is, you look at all the guys up front now, they're all former, great XC2 riders or XC2 champions. So it's neat, and even a lot of them have been in the youth series with us too over the years. So it's really neat. I know Steve didn't have that, and I didn't have that really, when we grew, and it's so neat to see the series and give kids the opportunity to race. And, and the cool thing is you get as you get up in the classes, you get on the same race course with a guy like a Steve Hatch, and you turned a 47-minute lap time, and you look, he turned a 27-minute lap time. You go, how is that even possible? So it's really interesting from a rider to look at your times after a race and, pick things out, and you can learn a lot. And sometimes it's just baffling to look at the speed difference of the top pros to the amateurs. But then you see the amateurs like a Ben Kelly, a Stu Baylor, now they're the guys setting those fast lap times. Josh Toth and Jordan Ashburn and Craig DeLong. So it's really neat to watch how a kid can come into the series and learn and grow and be a part of something really special.
Definitely, and I think everything, like we all know, it's everything's a system, a ritual, a formula. So if you can have the formula as a kid and learn how to be ready and energized and the bike good and mentally and physically and the nutrition, everything you need, it's a template on a stepping stairs going up. So they're bringing it in the little class to the next class up, like in the minis or whatever, the 85s, all the way through. So that transition, there's a lot of time to learn it. Like with you and I, Mark, we didn't really have that, right? We just got old enough that they were like, there's the pro class, good luck, boys. And I remember getting, like, from Summers and Plessinger and the guys, that when I jumped in, I was like, I got them, the first hour and a half I was right with them, and then they didn't tell me they were upshifting to like 2 more gears and leaving me, and I remember them going 15 minutes in the second half of the race and just going, where are they going? Like, I was going as fast as I could. So you learn when they're dropping the hammer and how to play the game. It seems like there is a lot more than people really see sometimes from the outside looking in, how much the mindset, how much when to pin it, when to back down, when to push it in grass tracks compared to real technical stuff where if you make a mistake, you're crashing into a tree or a rock or getting stuck on a hill, can cost you energy and 30 seconds, where if you overshoot a corner in the grass track, you might overshoot it and cost you 2 or 3 seconds if you don't crash, but not a big deal. So you learn a lot of things, where to maybe push it and where to be smart. And same with lappers. Lappers are a huge part of this race series, or any race series for that matter.
Yep. And along with those lines too, we talked earlier about it, suspension settings, tire choices, how your motor, mapping in your motor, things like that. And being a part of certain teams, like as well as anybody, is if you get in the right team, the right fit, that everybody meshes together, and it's like everybody's pulling the rope the same direction other than trying to push a rope. It makes a big difference. And even KTM with our trackside support, guys can come over to us. We have some great technicians and some people that have raced before and know a thing or two, and you can get a lot of valuable knowledge, with bike setup and other things. Like, a guy comes over in Florida and wants to run hard terrain tires. Like, nah, I think I'd go slide a Dunlop 33 on that bike if I was you.
I don't know if you guys have noticed. Are you watching the tops of these trees right now by any chance? Looks like the wind's picking up a little bit. I don't know if that means that we've got a weather front moving in. And with only about 15 minutes or so left of the racing, I mean, how much of an effect it would have if it did happen. Maybe not so much on the front runners out there, but can you imagine the rest of the guys out there?
Speaking of front runners, I think there goes our 2 guys right now.
Yep.
Was that them?
Has
and
to
it's
be.
Jordan Ashburn out front. Jordan's got around Craig, and he about stepped off of it right there.
Wow. We were talking about aggression. I think this right here it is. There's Jordan Ashburn riding aggressively and with complete confidence right now as well.
Yeah, and they don't have a lot of miles from here to the finish, but there are a lot of good passing opportunities in this section here. But and like we talked about earlier, you go right by the finish line, but then there's like one more mile. It kind of, you see the finish like, and it's like, I want to be there. So Jordan, man, he has stepped it up. He's slowly inched up on Craig all day, and man, I don't know how this is going to end up, but both of these guys have just rode phenomenal all day, made good decisions. Even though they were some different decisions, they were the right decisions for them at that time.
And now all of a sudden, in my mind, the back of my mind anyway, I start to question about the pit stop strategy for Craig. He's having to push a little bit harder right now. Could that play an effect in that? Likely not. They don't cut it that close, I don't think, when it comes to that. But wow, it's and to your point earlier, how much lighter is his bike? And maybe getting a little bit more horsepower out of that one in these last and closing moments.
Well, if he runs out of gas, he'll find out how light it is.
It'd be pretty heavy. A long push. I think the other thing now, before I was saying that it was a little bit tough on Craig with the lappers, because Jordan was one lapper, from him being right on his fender. Now it's reversed. So obviously Jordan's riding good, but one lapper screws him up because he's going to be super aggressive, obviously, trying to get by the lappers. And now Craig's going to be in the hot seat that he's going to, be in charge of his destiny, so to speak, if a lapper is harder for Jordan, because it's also harder for the first guy.
Yes. Yeah, you are 100% correct. And Jordan also knows if he stays where he's at, he is the 22 GNCC champ. I mean, on paper, no, but realistically, yes. So
he's going to have 6 foot wide elbows. At least I would. If Craig comes anywhere close to him, they're going to have to go down together, I think.
And like I said, the worst person to be today is the person that doesn't get lapped by the leaders. Because then they got another hour out there.
Well, your point leader in the XC2 not moving real fast right there, it doesn't appear.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I don't know what's going on where he's been.
And that might be one of those things, too, that that extra 20-30 minutes got to him.
All right, Mikey Waynes.
Hey, while you're on that subject, points leader in the XC2, Lyndon Snodgrass, actually got a message from Josh Strang. Sounds like Lyndon Snodgrass came into today under the weather, a bit of a stomach bug, not sure what it is. Although Josh did say, Mikey, it's not COVID, don't worry about that. But yeah, Lyndon Snodgrass, a little under the weather today, so I think that probably explains his performance today.
Well, I'll tell you, he was running a solid second. There's no doubt about that, and maybe still so, but he just seemed to be real slow tiptoeing through the daisies, so to speak, through that section of the race course there.
Yeah, we're actually getting text messages from Stu Baylor, and it wasn't a front wheel. It was a whole front brake assembly that was going to need change, so that would have taken those guys a lot longer, so that probably factored into Stu's decision, so that makes it a lot more. Oh, Grant.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Grant. Okay, we're getting text from Stu that Grant had to change a front brake assembly. So, man, we're getting text from the riders right here in the booth. Thank you, Stu. We greatly appreciate that stuff. So.
All right. So, yeah, we're guys, we're just a couple minutes out from seeing this one in conclusion and answering a lot of questions. The aggression, the Mr. Consistency becoming Mr. Aggressor today. We saw it at the beginning of the race, and we're seeing it here at the end of the race as well. And it's been a consistent run. He did have the lead for the biggest part of the day today. Craig DeLong capitalizing there in that pit stop strategy. But, wow, what a clawback by Jordan Ashburn to get into striking distance, and not only that, but into the #1 spot again.
Yep.
I think, Rodney, that the gloves are off. These guys are fighting to the finish, feeling like it's 10 minutes to the end, which it really is, obviously, if that. So I think it's going to be a battle, and I think the lappers could play a thing. Both these guys have ridden phenomenally, in my opinion, and everybody that really put it together, but these guys just checked out.
And, it tells me, too, with Craig DeLong, how hard he's riding today, because it's not like Jordan caught him quickly. It was a long process to get him reeled in. So, so that tells me, too, that if Craig's still got something left in the tank, Jordan's not going to really get away from him. So it's one of those cool races that it could come right down to the finish.
And interestingly, again, these guys knocking a minute or more off their lap times through the first 2.5 hours, 2 hours or so. So that too impressive, I think, and just the fact that they were able to match each other the way that they did. I mean, we see that DeLong did it, Ashburn did it, Duval did it. Stu Baylor did not break the 39-minute plane, and no one else did, but those front three runners certainly did do that.
Yep. And Steve knows as good as anybody this race to the last corner, because doing it Steel Creek or somewhere, you did a last corner pass for the win.
Yep. I had walked that line before and thought, if Scott Summers and I are battling, I'm going for this bonsai deal. It was kind of an off camber. I went all the way to the bottom, squared it up. He turned wide, and I went over and jumped through the finish line like I'd put in front of him.
Wow.
And threw the bike down, and I was dancing around like I just won the Super Bowl. I was so stoked. But it was, I'd visualized it the day before. Here we go.
Yeah, here we come. Jordan still got the lead.
Yeah, he looks like he's a little bit ahead. Yep, he sure is.
Yeah, these two have just been rock solid today. I was wondering if Craig would have gone straight right there, because that line has been a little bit faster, but a lot trickier today.
Yep, a lot of rocks down through there, right? If I remember right.
Yep.
Well, Johnny, you've been here all day. You've watched this thing as well, and I mean, did you? I mean, I don't think any of us really. We'd hope for something like this, but did we really expect to see it come down to this?
Honestly, Rodney, I don't think you could have scripted this any better. I mean, the two guys that are mathematically still in this championship battle are the two that are out here throwing down like gladiators on the last lap. 2 miles to go. I think we've seen great things out of Jordan Ashburn today, obviously controlling the race from the front, poised and composed all day long, and aggression maybe to the level we've never seen from Craig DeLong. So, man, it's like you don't want this one to end.
I think they want it to end.
Well, of course they want it to end. We're at 3 hours and, we don't have a clock up, but we're at 3 hours and 10 plus 11 minutes into this now. Here's Thad Duvall in the number 3 spot. Again, another solid podium for him. You got a handguard hanging. That actually doesn't look the result of a crash. The way those bolt up, I think we had a bolt come out on that there, which could be a result of a crash, but that's not a bent handguard. That's hanging down because it's missing a bolt for sure. But 3 hours, 11 minutes into this, they're ready for it to be over, but it's not over yet. There's still 2 miles of racing. There we go, going the other way. There is the number 3 of Ashburn, and there is, not the 342, so a little bit of a gap. That gap actually got quite a bit bigger.
Yeah,
there is the 342 of DeLong. So that gap about doubled in that one little short section there. So you got to wonder, is Jordan Ashburn pouring it on? Is Craig DeLong finally feeling the effects of the big effort that he put in to get to the lead and to lead for that lap and a half that he did? Or was it just a situation of a lapper? But again, still some racetrack between here and the finish. There's Ricky Russell, your fourth place rider, the 212 Coastal Racing gas guy. He's he's out there pushing, still in contention for a podium. A little miscue for Duvall, could have him right back in this one.
Well, and again, amazing to me, still kind of close together as these guys looking at gaps of only 20 seconds and 30 seconds. And a lot of times in a race like this, we'd be looking at minutes between a number of these positions. But again, a very kind of evenly matched race. The aggressors are the ones that are really seeming to come out on top today. Both Craig DeLong showing some aggression that we've not necessarily seen from him. Jordan Ashburn, pretty much the same thing. And both these guys fighting for this one were about 3 minutes or less out from seeing a checker fly and determining who will finally win this 3 hour, 15 minute or so battle here at the Burr Oaks GNCC.
Yeah, we still have some great battles other than just the lead, because Josh Toth, he's not very far behind Ricky Russell, and they're going at it here. And we know Josh, actually this is the section coming into the Rock Garden where Josh went from 2nd to 5th, and he was never able to really recoup from that. There's Jordan. He's kind of stretching it out, and it's been a great battle, but man, Jordan has really stepped his game up today, and he's been rock solid all day.
Yep, just coming up to the hill climb shortly, and yeah, it looks like 11-ish seconds, give or take a few.
Right. I think that's the biggest lead he's had all day long, honestly. I mean, the biggest gap he's had, so wow.
Yeah, it has been, and he's got to feel good because, like Johnny said earlier, you go right by the finish and have to do another mile, but there's nothing really difficult. This is the most difficult part, and by now, too, a lot of our lap drivers, as Craig comes up through there, they've kind of given up and headed to the pits, so he should have a pretty clear track from here to the finish. And if he keeps doing what he's doing, and then I wonder if Craig's thinking, how do I have enough gas to
Yep, here he goes.
Yeah, see, because here they come right down by the finish line right here, but the finish line on the other side of that tree line, and they've got to go about another mile before he gets that checkered in the championship. Even though it's not official today.
Yep.
Wow, what a beautiful first weekend of fall. We're starting to see some of the trees turn colors here today, and just tip of the iceberg as, you know, looking at all that beauty and what magnificent race this facility has produced here time and time again. You know, you wonder, can it ever happen again? Can it keep producing these kind of events? Can it keep producing these the magnitude of these kinds of affairs? And wow, I mean, we are left leaving here once again with our mouths open and scratching our heads saying, I can't believe that just happened, but I'm glad that I was a part of it.
Hey, John Penton magic.
Here he goes. Here he is. Into the finish line, and win number 2 for Jordan Ashburn here in the 2022 season as he steps 1 foot closer to the 22 national championship and his first ever. Mr. Consistency turns to Mr. Aggressor and takes a huge win here at the Kanati Tires Burr Oaks GNCC.
Yeah, but there's Craig. You know, those two, like I said, they rode a great ride. It was a shame to see either of them lose, but Jordan, the year he's had, man, you got to take your hat off to that guy. He has worked his tail off, not just this year, but for a lot of years. And to see somebody like that come through, it's been pretty awesome to see. And I think we see some great things for Craig in the future as well.
Absolutely. I hate to see today come to an end, but it's cool to see, you know, these guys battling their hearts out. And it was a battle and a great way to get it for Jordan for sure.
Johnny Gallagher, I think we may have found something that Jordan Ashburn might like better than the mud, and that's winning.
You know what? Jordan likes the mud, but I think Jordan really likes the championship, and it'd be interesting to see how this plays out. Will we present him with the number 1 plate? Mathematically, he still, I don't believe, has locked this up. We'll have to do the math, but he did eliminate Craig Long, who was the last man standing that could take that championship away from him. So by all intents and purposes, Jordan Ashburn locked up a championship today. Whether or not he receives the number 1 plate today or has to wait until the next race starts, he essentially he is your 2022 GNCC
by 2 points.
Oh, by 2 points. We're doing the math. He also eliminated Ben Kelly. So we were speculating. All we needed was a calculator. There you go, Rodney. You call it. There he is, your 2022 GNCC champion, Jordan Ashburn.
Just gave me goosebumps right there, man. I tell you, and that right there, it might tell you exactly where he got that extra oomph of energy there in this third hour to close that gap and make it happen. You are looking at the 2022 Grand National Cross Country Champion, Jordan Ashburn from the Magna One Motorsports team. And wow, what a dream come true.
Yeah, that's amazing. Like I said, we just did the quick math here, and he is the champion by 2 points over Ben Kelly, who we figured wasn't going to ride more this year. So that wrapped up. So congratulations to him and his whole team. Because obviously Jordan won the championship, but I tell you, there's some people behind the scenes that work their tail off for him, and he knows it, and they know it. And congratulations to the whole team. It's a group effort, and so happy to see it.
Wow, I mean, a winds of change, you might call it, as the winds did pick up a little bit here at the end of the race. But I tell you, good change is taking place, and switches flipped here today, and I think we're seeing a whole new horizon of racing on the ahead of us for 2023, especially for these last 2 rounds. Silly season, we like to call it, but man, congratulations to Jordan Ashburn. Win number 2 on this season, Mr. Consistency and Mr. Aggressor here today.
Here in at Victory Lane, the Magna One Motorsports team. The celebration is on down here. It's been complete chaos. You got the kids here, dude. We call you Mr. Consistent. You know, you're always right there, clicking off podiums. 2 wins this year. but I think this name fits better than anything else. National champion Jordan Ashburn.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah. Woo! What a day. I mean, put myself in a good position early on, got the whole shot, just kind of led some laps, and we got past there at the second pit, but man, I just tried to stay on Craig, and he was riding so good, and he's the guy I had to beat today, so I really had to push hard to get it, and I just wanted to get it done today, and man, thank the Lord for this. This is amazing.
All this hard work, man, put the season in perspective for you. What does this mean to you?
You know, I just the past few years, it's just been consistency, and that's what I try to build our whole program off of, and you know, line up every single race and get points. You know, I've always knew I could be as fast as everybody else, and you know, we put the whole thing together this year, and just being on that box. I mean, every race but 2 so far this year, so it's man, it's unbelievable to have this team around me and the support, and it's just amazing.
I believe, Adam Gordon, you broke up a little bit, but I think he said 10 years, 122 starts, the culmination of all that hard work right here today, man.
Yeah, it's been a long go, but, man, it's been worth it, and here we are in the end, and we got a national championship.
You do. Hey, while we got you on the broadcast, who helps make it possible? You got a lot of great people and a lot of great sponsors behind you as well.
Yeah, everybody at home, man, all my fans and all my family here, and the good Lord for just allowing me to do this. And the whole Magna One Motorsports team, Husqvarna, Moose Racing, AEO Suspension, man, it's unbelievable. I'm kind of lost for words right now, so I don't know.
I'm going to let you go. Soak it up, man. You're a national champ. Make some noise for Jordan Ashburn.
Wow, I kind of got absorbed in all that. I became the fan there for a moment, and man, what a moment. It is so magical. And Jordan Ashburn, thank you, my friend. Thank you for winning this championship, for fighting like you did, for gritting it out like you did. And, you know, talk about memorable. This one is going to be a very memorable season. There's no doubt about it. I mean, there's so many elements to this season, but to be able to fight for it and to win it like that, and just to come out on top and that to seal it like that is so impressive.
You know, and Rodney, you talk about goosebumps. I mean, I have goosebumps right now thinking back to round one, obviously the big buck, and I remember some very heavy hitters in the industry talking about Jordan Ashburn and his consistency and how great it is, but at the same time saying this could go down as the fastest rider never to win a GNCC. Well, here he is, a 2-time GNCC winner, and now a GNCC #1 overall champion. That's a big change in about 6 months' time.
Absolutely. Back down to the winner's circle, Mikey Waynes with Craig DeLong.
All right, thanks, guys. Hey, down here with Craig DeLong. In Craig DeLong's word, he said, it's about gosh darn time. Maybe not quite that. We'll church it up a little bit. But, Craig, I know you want the win, absolutely, and I think that's coming. But you got to feel great about your performance today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I love the pet, and for some reason that's where I got my first win in XC2, and I've won here the last 3 years, and there's just something about this place, and I felt good coming in today, and I knew that I was the only one that could, you know, give Jordan a run for his money and try to keep it to the next race. So I tried my best, and he got the best of me there about halfway through the last lap. In the petting section, I hit a little bit of a wall and kind of got lazy, and he picked a good line and got around me, and then kind of recharged me a little bit, and yeah, just didn't quite have enough there at the end to give him a challenge, but I'm really happy.
Hey, put it in perspective, being able to be out front, leading the XC1, running your pace, you're the man in control. What was it like getting a taste of that?
It was definitely, it came across my mind a couple of times, and then I had to calm myself back down, that's for sure. And, but it was good, it kept me going, and it was like motivation, you know, that's what one of my goals was to lead laps this year and lead, so I can check that off the box. And yeah, just a lot of, not pressure, but it was like I knew I had to try to get away, and I went all out in 2 laps ago, and I just needed a little bit more at the end.
There you go, your second place finisher, Craig DeLong. Guys, I think you got to look out for this man in these last 2 rounds of the season.
Absolutely. Craig, coming off of this, going to have a head full of steam, no doubt about that. And he's going to be hungry for more of this kind of stuff, and maybe even not only laps led, but maybe even a win here in his rookie season. And, I can't say anything less of Jordan Ashburn, too, after winning the championship. The confidence, the high he's going to be on, he's going to be tough to stop as well. And look at that.
Look right there in the middle of the screen. The big #1 plate on Jordan Ashburn's bike, the rearward-facing #1 on the Moose jersey. And, man, what a day for that guy. Obviously, Craig DeLong, phenomenal ride for second. Interesting note, Thad Duvall across the line at third. That makes it a Husqvarna podium sweep.
Wow.
Top 3 overall, top 3 XC1 riders, all on Husqvarna. Definitely not the first time we've seen that, but we might have to go back into the 1980s or 1990s to see it.
I'd have to go back to the 80s for that one.
Yeah. So
Yep.
It looks like we have that the third rider of that trio of the podium sweep for the Husqvarna brand is Thad Duvall with their own Mikey Waynes.
Hey, thanks, guys. Down here with Thad Duvall going back-to-back podiums, man. Not quite as happy as the last round. I think Thad wants a win.
Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't feel comfortable all day, and yeah, pretty disappointed. I switched the tire before the race, and I should have just stuck with what I know. And yeah, I don't know. Just keep chugging along, and I don't think I was the fastest out of the group that we were in. I just kind of outlasted the guys, and yeah, I feel good. I feel like I could have gone another lap, but yeah, pretty. I mean, on the podium, you're getting sponsors up there, but at the end of the day, damn, I want to win bad.
2 rounds left.
Yeah, for sure. The 2 rounds I like a lot, and yeah, West Virginia race next, so another hometown race.
All right, Thad. Well, hey, congratulations on a podium. There is a man unsatisfied, Rodney Tomlin, with a podium. Another dangerous Husqvarna rider to look out for these last 2 rounds.
Hey, when they're unsatisfied like that, guys, that's good news for us as race fans, because that means they only come out fighting harder next time.
I'd just like to know, is there anywhere we go that isn't a hometown for Thad Duvall?
Right.
It's a hometown race. We're in Ohio, man. It's a hometown race. We're in West Virginia. It's a hometown snowshoe, hometown race.
Florida isn't a hometown race.
I don't know. He spends a lot of time down there in Ranch Russell
true.
and Placa, which is about 2 miles from the race.
So maybe
it's a hometown race. He's got it figured out, man. He's got the fans on board. Hometown race.
Everywhere he goes.
Yep. I tell you, I love that Craig DeLong interview. You could see in his face, he gave it everything he had today, and he was happy with his result, even though it wasn't a win, but it was a big learning curve for him.
Rodney, you just talked about you like when the riders are hungry. You like when they're disappointed with the podium. I like that Craig DeLong is happy getting second today. Obviously, if he would have won, he would have kept the championship alive, but I like his exuberance. I like his enthusiasm for what he did today, because it was a big deal for him.
Absolutely a big deal. Another big deal, Johnny G, our other Johnny G, down there with Mikey Waynes from the XC2 250 Pro.
Hey, Johnny Gerard. Another race, another win, man.
Yeah, for sure. Felt good coming into this. I took a huge cartwheel like 2 miles into the race. Flew over head first like probably 30, 40 feet off my bike, and kind of took the wind out of my sail a little bit, but I was a little timid at first and got going, and Mike Witowski was riding good till he broke down, and other than that, I had a really good race and pulled away at the end. I felt strong, and yeah, hard work pays off, so it's good.
Hey, certainly does, man. 2 rounds left. I got to think you're wanting wins in those. We're going to see you get another overall podium before the season's up.
Let's hope. I got 1 more race in XC2, and then I'm going XC1 for Ironman, so hopefully it's better than an overall podium.
Love to hear it. Silly season in full effect. Your winner of the XC2 here today. What's in store next for Johnny Gerard?
How about that laugh, guys? what was that? That was a little bit of, he was like, hey, you guys are about to find out.
If he's riding like that on Road 2 at the speeds on the 250, he gets up there with those guys. Sees pace, I think he's not going to have a tough time adapting at all.
No, he seems like he's got the right attitude for it, but he will find out that those XC1 guys, they don't, they take it serious, and they get after it for all 3 hours.
Absolutely, and at the end of this 3 hours and 15 minutes, Jordan Ashburn taking the win, and looks like puts the seal on the deal for the national championship. Craig DeLong taking second. Congratulations to him and Thad Duvall in the number 3 spot. Ricky Russell for 4th. Josh Toth in 5th. Grant Baylor holding on for 6th. 6th. Johnny G. Gerard in the number 7 spot. Liam Draper, second in that XC2 250 Pro class, is 8th overall. Jonathan Johnson, wow, the beta rider, up into the number 3 spot, 9th overall. And Phoenix Racing Honda ride, the Chilean of Rui Barbosa, rounds out your top 10. And that is a look at the way things are breaking down here at the 2022 Kanati Tires Burr Oaks GNCC. What a great time, a new champion crowned, and not only that, maybe a new era born as well, as we saw a little aggression out of this guy. Could that be the fate of the future for the rest of these guys in the XC1 Pro class? And will they be able to stop Jordan Ashburn once he gets on this roll? We'll have to wait and find out. I'll tell you, the celebrations are about ready to get underway. Congratulations to everybody involved in that. Thanks to you guys. I appreciate all your help and everybody out there watching with us here this weekend from Millfield, Ohio. On behalf of Johnny Gallagher, Mark Hyde, of course, Mikey Waynes, and all of us here at RacerTV.com, I'm Rodney Tomlin. Have a great day, everybody.